Hi there! Welcome back to Genshin. Now, on Monday, I did leave you on a bit of a cliffhanger. Hope you didn't mind. Well, it is about time to resolve that cliffhanger I left everyone on. So, bit of a reminder. Last time, we had to start Kazuha's mission in order to unlock the third interlude chapter. And we're almost finished. Hi there, good to see you. But yeah, as I was saying, we were almost finished. But because we ran out of time, I didn't manage to make the last final bit. So let's just remedy that one. Head to Inazuma and finish the quest. Okay, the target location is over there, and the quest objective is fulfill the Cursed Blade's wish. Having recognized that he's not on the same level as Kazuha, the Cursed Blade released the Amen no Mayuya and seems to have contained his malice for now, though his obsession has not thus diminished. We are supposed to fulfill the sword's final wish. Here we are. That was a much more relaxed occasion. Of course there is bad weather. Of course there's thunder and lightning today. Too close. Don't hit me during the cutscene. That sword is going to break, isn't it? It's in a horrible condition after the beating it took on Monday. It's so nice of you to go in the water so that I can actually take advantage of the reaction. I should say it was nice of it to rain, even though I absolutely hate thunder. No. I took no damage. And it looks like the sword managed to survive that abuse.
その刀は傷だらけだというのに、君が手にした途端、また少し輝きを取り戻したようだ。害異はもう感じられないものの、その執念に変わりは全くない。
実に素晴らしい戦いであった。こやつもまた全力を尽くせたでござろう。後のことはお主が直接伝えるべきでござるよ。
これまでの件についてお前に詫びをさせてくれ。
僕に許しを請う必要はない。僕もまた被害者たちに代わって君を許す資格などないのだから、もう何もかも手遅れなんだ。
ああ、許してくれとは言わない。だがこの一連の過ちを全て俺のせいにしてくれないか。一神殿を巻き添えにしないでほしい。俺は道を踏み外してしまったが、一神殿にはまだ楓原和葉のような優秀な伝承者がいる。どうか頼む。
ああ、僕も楓原さんがうまいこと後処理をしてくれると信じてる。
感謝する。 雨沼流の後継者。
もう一つ願いがあるとこの刀は言っておった。どうやら雨沼鍛冶屋に行きたいようでござる。共に来てはくれぬか。
そこで何をするつもりなんだ？
それは拙者にもわからぬ。しかしもう終わりは近いはずでござるよ。
Are you gonna melt that down the sword? Turn it into something else, perhaps? Or maybe repair it? I do wonder. What's gonna happen to this thing? Okay, that's pretty close, so I'll just walk. I mean, that sword has done a lot of damage. Killed a lot of people. Arrived here by possessing one person, hopping from one to the next. What happened to the previous one, the sword neither knows of nor cares about. Or at least it didn't in the beginning. Still not quite sure if we got through to it. After all, it is an inanimate object that somehow got life. Okay, there's the smithy.
おお、ゆうや、やっと帰ってきたか。
Yeah, he's back. His business partner? Not so much. At least I don't know of. But, didn't seem good.
すみません。ご心配をおかけしました。
And Yuya's gonna have to live
こ
with
の
it.
者たちのおかげで無事に帰ってこれました。
Even if he can put all the blame on the sword, it were still his hands doing the cutting. He's gonna need a lot of therapy after that one.
一神殿の残した名刀が人の心を操る武器になっておったか。はあ、彼らが抱く刀鍛冶の理念からすれば、その領域に足を踏み入れる可能性も確かにあり得る。実に残念じゃ。
I suppose it's a good thing that Inazuma has a therapist in that case.
じゃが、良い知らせもあるぞ。さっき産後探偵所の龍二から行方不明の長門が見つかったと聞いた。
Wait, you said good news? You mean the guy lived? From the look of it, he must have been hurt pretty badly. Are you telling me he actually lived? Otherwise, you wouldn't be saying good news.
本当か？無事なのか？
ああ、重傷を負ってはいたが、一命は取り留めた。
Well, that's good to hear.
ゆうやも帰ってきたし、この件も円満に終わったということじゃ。
お主の考えていることは大方見当がついたでござる。
どうしたんだカズハ？またその刀がお前に内緒話してんのか？
So, what's gonna happen to that cursed thing?
こやつは少しの間拙者の体を操りたいらしい。
You're going to let him?
そんなのダメだぞ。なんでまたそんなことを？
こやつが言うには投稿の願いを叶える別の方法を思いついたようでござる。それに拙者の体で悪事を働きはしないと約束してくれた。
And you're going to trust it?
拙者はこやつの要求に従おうと思う。
Oh, you have decided to trust it. Oh well. If anything goes wrong, at least the strongest person on the entire, well, in the entire world is here.
そん
Potentially
な。
strongest. Eventually.
どうせオイラが何を言っても無駄なんだよな。
Well, I guess I can't do anything but trust your judgment on this one and be the contingency in case something goes wrong.
かたじけない。後で理由を話すでござるよ。準備はできた。さあ、始めよう。
I'm trusting you, Kazuha.
俺の力はもう残りわずかだ。奴を失った俺は朽ちる運命にある。だが俺が未来を手放し、今に全てを享受すればこの身を打ち直せる。
すべてまさか
俺という全ての意志を対象にだ。お前の言う通りだ。俺にはもう何もできない。だが一神殿にはまだ可能性がある。復元された俺なら最高の研究材料になるはずだ。伝承が途絶えなければ栄光は戻ってくる。たとえ雷電将軍に力を証明するのが俺でなくとも、それが一神殿に由来し楓原家の手によるものであれば、奴の願いも叶うだろう。感謝する楓原家の末裔よ。
Yep, Kazuhara's quest. Finished, just
今や
finishing.
マナを知る者はいない。その名に触れるのが恥と知りながら一度も忘れはしなかった。顔鶴瓶一心、この名はお前に預けよう。
安らかに眠るがよい。
So that's how it ends.
順序ってこういう意味だったんだな。
The sword basically gave everything to reforge itself anew into something a little less cursed. Or possibly something that's not cursed at all. In hopes that maybe it could still accomplish its goal even if it's not. Even if its own consciousness is not there to see it happen. Well, I suppose it's better that it happens through Kaida's hands than through that cursed thing.
投稿の願いを叶えた後、あいつの意志は永遠になくなる。
籠鶴瓶一心。初めてあやつの名を聞いたでござる。どうやらあやつも内心では自らの所業を認めてはいなかった。だからその名をずっと心の底に秘めていたのでござろう。意志が消え去る最後の瞬間にやっとあやつはそれを託すことを決意した。
本当に投稿の願いを叶えたかったんだな。
強き願いはあやつを突き動かす原動力となる。だがその原動力に執着しすぎたあまりにあやつは歩むべき道を見失ったのでござるよ。拙者としては罪人を罰するよりもあやつが道を踏み外したことに気づき引き返してくれるのを願っていた。
You know, if you ask me, it's a bit too dangerous to do that.
重々承知しているでござる。これは拙者の性格の弱点なのやもしれぬ。拙者は生来強き願いに感化されやすいようでござる。
That's a shame. It is a shame if Kazuha is the only character that can make the full use of that sword, but out of all the weapons, it's not even the best sword for him to use. Poor sword. Poor blade. So I suppose it was not able to fulfill its maker's wish after all. In the grand scheme of metagaming, at least.
あやつが天候に立ち向かうと聞いた時も、メガリレーを廃止しようとする人々を見た時も、そしてお主が揺るぎない意志で神に会おうとし肉親を探していることもしかり、これほどたくさんのことを目の当たりにし知らず知らずのうちに惹かれていたようでござるな。
カズハ、
これからもお主らを支えていこうと思う。拙者のことが必要な時は必ずや助太刀に向かおう。
Thank you very much. I will definitely be holding you to it.
そういえば九条かまじにも知らせた方がいいんじゃないか。
事の顛末を伝えなくてはな。それにちょうど 拙者も彼に答えを出さなくてはならぬ。
Yeah, where? That way. Let's go teleport. So... how do you actually get that sword? I mean... oh, okay, so it was quest reward. My inventory is kind of packed. Where are my swords? Probably gonna be there when the quest finishes. Okay, so it is a quest reward. A sword that can only be used by a character who is of a limited category. Oh wait, was Kazuha a limited character? I think it was. Had to have been. Let's see. Yep, I don't see Kazuha's name anywhere, so I'm gonna have to assume he's a limited character. So, quest reward sword for a limited character. Yikes. If there was a standard Baroner character who could use it, that would be different, but yikes. Especially considering how old this quest is. Like, when did Inazuma come out? Again. 2022? Maybe? Just, throwing out numbers here. So they've had a long time to create another character that can take advantage of it. It's a shame. It's definitely a shame. Okay, Kojo. About that thing.
君たち、事件は解決したと聞いたよ。途中かなり危険な目にもあったようだけど、結果的に誰も犠牲にならなくて本当に良かった。天領奉行衆はすでにあの危険な倉庫の処理を行っている。雨の間優也の調査結果も近々出る。彼が罪を問われることはないだろう。
I hope so. The guy was completely under control.
お前って結構情報が早いんだな。
ではこの事件について多く語る必要はないでござるな。ならばこの間の件について返事をしたい。とりあえずこの刀を見てはくれぬか。
これは
籠鶴瓶一心。すでに失われた楓原家の鍛造術によって鍛え上げられた刀でござる。こたびの偶然の開口により拙者はこやつを回収して打ち直した。そして一心伝を伝承し続けることをこやつと約束した。故に今後も引き続き各地を放浪し、この刀を研究しようと思う。
そうか。わかった。
楓原家は刀鍛冶の家系であった。この先もそれに力を注ぐべきでござる。それだけではない。仮にお主の行為を受け入れれば、幕府と三国宮の間にある矛盾の渦に巻き込まれる可能性もある。拙者には向いていないでござるよ。
Well, good news, Kazuha. There have been peace negotiations.
いや、誤解だ。決してそのような考えは。
分かっているでござる。しかし拙者はこれからも自分のやりたいことをしたい。
そうか。わかった。今回の話はなかったことにしよう。でも、もし考えが変わったり、幕府の助けが必要となったりした時には、いつでも僕に相談してくれ。
ああ、その恩情、誠にかたじけない。
これからどこを旅す
Yeah, where are you gonna go? I've been seeing you around the world.
ふむ
In
とりあえずは姉君と一緒に航海するでござるよ。次の目的地については
where would that be? Where do you want to go first?
風向きに任せるでござる。
Sully is gonna be Liyue. Because that's where Beto sails. And that's it
前
for
回
that
マジーダと会った時まだ問題が残ってたよな。気になる
and
け
there's the
ど
sword.
でも聞けそうな雰囲気じゃなかったし、例えば降臨者だけどお前みたいに別の場所からテイワットへ旅しに来た人なのかな。それにお前のお兄さんのこともまだ気になることが多すぎるぞ。
Yeah, so do I.
もう一
I
回
have so many
マジー
questions
ダ
about
と
that.
話してみようぜ。
Alright. So it looks like with that, the interlude was probably unlocked automatically and basically started semi-automatically. Interlude, here it is. Nightbird falls at the curtain's call. And that is where we are going next. Oh, hi there, doing great. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you again. Now, looking at the map. The next destination is gonna be a bit tricky. Because I don't have focus mode yet. Have I seen a live stream for the next version? Not really. I'm not caught up, so I don't follow the live streams. I intend to do that once I actually start catching up, but I'm just heading over to Natlan. Still quite a few versions behind. But yeah, this might be a bit risky because this interlude takes place in Sumeru and I might end up kidnapped for the main quest. Too bad there is the focus mode. Well, it's good to have you back regardless. Made it just in time for a start of a quest. Though, it has been a long time, so I cannot really give a very good story recap. Alright. So, time to meet up with Nahida and see what the information does she have to share. Haven't been to Sumeru in a while.
しかし、あなたの意見に合わせると、この物語はサスペンスになってしまうぞ。私が書きたいのは論文だ。論文とは何かわかるか？厳密さが求められるんだ。
では君の言葉を借りて、厳密さを求めるのであれば、最初からタタラスナの疑惑などというテーマにはするべきじゃない。決めつけられないことなんだから、交渉として書くことしかできないだろう。
Oh, the Tatarasuna mystery. That was certainly something. And I think I'm still unfinished. What was it? 2 quests? How many are there in total? Don't even know.
課題は確かに恩師から受け継いだものだ。だが、こういう話というのはどうしたって興味をそそられてしまうだろう。
Or was it Tatarasuna?
不可
Well,
思
am
議
I
な場所、知られざるその細部、謎の人物。
am I even thinking of the right island? Yeah, I got the three stream codes. That was a nice little 300 primos got out there.
好奇心からそうした論文を書きたいと思い立ったんだ。だからあなたに頼んでいるのではないか、澤田先生。
赤羽さん、僕にお願いしに来た以上は、もっと僕の意見にも耳を傾けてもらわないと。ドラマ性というのは小説の核心。こればかりは仕方のないことなんだ。
A dramatization on an essay. Please don't do that. Your teacher will chew you out.
いや、それは。
They will say something along the lines of you're writing an essay, not a novel. If you want to write a thriller, then write a thriller on your own time.
あそこの二人、タタラスナの話をしてないか？でも、あれは稲妻の地名だよな。
I mean, there must be a reason why several Inazuma quests were prerequisites for even starting this one.
スメール人が稲妻の謎の事件を研究してて、そのために論文まで。周りの人はおかしいとも思ってない様子だし、スメールの学術的雰囲気ってやつは本当に自由だな。
Well, Paimon, it is a very intriguing mystery. And, how about we keep listening in?
おう、ちょうどあいつらが話してるタタラスナの疑惑が何なのか確認してみようぜ。
The version of Genesis. Oh, let me just, check the map real quickly. Inazuma and Tatarasuna is... Okay, so I was thinking of the wrong island. Okay, Surumi Island does not have a mystery, but Tatarasuna, which is... Where is it? That's Watasumi, Yashiori, Kanazuka, Narukami, Seirai, and Tsurumi. Where's Tatarasuna? That's not it, those are just some random islands. Well, I am gonna have to assume that if I need to go there, the game will give me a quest marker like it always does, because I have no idea where it is. That's not like... because I can't find Tatarasuna anywhere. Am I actually blind, or... is it not on the map? I can't see it on the map. Which banner am I going for? Neither. Neither, I'm saving. I am saving for a character I want and missed out on, and I'm expecting my audience to keep me accountable for every single primo I spend. Not sure what my punishment will be for frivolous gacha pulls. Guess that's that's to be determined at a later date, should it become necessary.
では、初稿は私の交渉をもとに澤田先生に編集してもらう方向で進めよう。今回の文章においては、きっと失踪した歌舞伎者が論説の肝となるだろう。
I was trying to find the island that these guys were talking about, but I couldn't see it on the map, so I assume I just missed it. Either I missed it or it's not on the map, and the second option sounds kind of weird. Because it means the island is not there and has sunk somewhere. Well, wouldn't that be a mystery?
名高い旅人が見つかればいいのだが、彼女は見識が広いという話だ。何か知っているかもしれない。
Well, you know what they say, speak of the devil and they shall appear. Were you looking for me?
お、こちらが旅人さんか。
おい、その顔はなんだよ。オイラたちを疑ってるのか？
Well, if you don't believe me, I can't just go. I don't have to be here.
いやいやいや、もちろんそういうことではない。旅人さんのご尊名は稲妻にいた頃から耳にしている。初めて君とその謎の白い仲間を目にしたもので、好奇心からつい観察してしまった。職業病というやつだ。すまん。
You sound disappointed.
沢田先生と来たら全くすまないな。私たちはどちらも家に長くこもる性分ゆえ少々社会性に問題があるんだ。
Yeah, I can see that. It's okay. It's okay. You'll learn with time.
旅人さん、あなたはみんなをたくさん手伝い、いろんなところへ行ったと聞いている。そこで一つタタラスナの話をしてくれないだろうか。
Yeah, I was actually looking for that island on the map after hearing you talk about it, and I couldn't find it, which is very weird. And I'm starting to question if it's something wrong with my eyes or with the map.
けど、オイラたちもあそこについてはよくわからないんだ。お前たちが話しているのを聞いて、興味があったから来たんだ。
ああ、やはりそうなのか。
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't be of help.
前に恩師もこの課題を選んだのは難易度が高くて挑戦のしがいがあるからだと言っていた。稲妻の現地の人でさえタタラスナの昔の出来事はあまり知らないからと。ただ、
もしよければの話だが、皆さんに僕のタタラスナ事件に関する捜索の方向性を見てもらいたい。
ちょっと待った沢田先生、最初からそれだと分かりづらいのでは。
How much of a deep dive are we talking about?
それもそうだな。じゃあまず若葉さんの論文の書稿を見てもらおう。
Please tell me your book is not a 500-page novel.
紹介しよう。まずタタラスナ地区でとある資料を見つけた人がいたんだが、その中では三越長政という人が良い刀を打ち出したことに言及されていた。
Okay, so it's next to Watasumi Island. Okay, so it must just be so small that its name is not shown unless you're zoomed in enough. Or I just missed it. Wouldn't put it past myself to have just missed it.
しかし彼は最後にこの刀を火に投げ入れて溶かしてしまったらしい。その上桂木という手下を殺してしまったというんだ。理由については誰にもわからない。ただこの長政とその手下、そして物語を記録した人物以外に資料の中にはとある歌舞伎者についての言及があった。稲妻においてこの単語は得意な格好、あるいは行動する奇妙な人を指すようだ。
そうだ、赤羽さんの恩師もそれなりに本土で調査をしていて、どうやらこの歌舞伎者はタタラスナでしばらく生活した後姿を消したらしい。その後に先ほど言っていた変な事件が起きた。
Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure out where this is, because I'm pretty sure they're gonna tell us to go there next.
一人の変人がいて、そいつがいなくなった後に殺人事件が起こった。どう考えてもおかしいぞ。
I smell a mystery in here.
だろう、僕もそう思ったのだ。だから当時タタラスナで起こった事件に関する細かいところを聞き回ったのさ。そしたらなんと、
いきなりでかい声を出すなよ。
大事なところだからちょっと強調してみたんだ。そしたらなんと、僕のとある友人が幕府の資料室で働いていて関連を探る手伝いをしてくれたのだ。先ほど出てきた人々は皆400年前の稲妻で生活していたことがはっきりした。
I can't remember what each individual island were, but as long as it's not one of those islands with perpetual thunder, I think I should be fine.
当時のタタラスナはすでに稲妻における精錬工業の中心地だった。そこの最高責任者は庭という官僚だったのだが、面白いことに彼もまた最終的には行方不明となっていた。
People are just going missing left, right, and center. 。 could it possibly be?
失踪したやつがもう一人
Oh, Paimon sounds very immersed. Okay, so Yashiro Island is one of those perpetual lighting islands. Yeah. Yeah. A good thing it's not that one.
"まさにその通り。しかも庭という名字、これがただものじゃない。稲妻の清廉鋳造の名門を知っているか？
Oh, have I heard of the swordsmith clans of Inazuma? I've been involved with them directly. Well, two of them at least.
精錬鋳造といえばそれって一神殿とかか？
おや、よく知っているな。なら話は早い。この庭というのが、あの一神殿最後の後継者である楓原家の縁石だったのだ。その楓原家も、後に事件があって落ちぶれたという。詳細な経緯はよく知らないが、これだけ要因が重なっていると、どうもいろいろと想像してしまうな。
楓原家。
沢田先生、一番大事なところを忘れているぞ。
Oh, there's more?
おっと、僕の記憶としたことがここ一番を忘れていた。皆さん、ここからが本当に大事なところだ。信じてもらえないかもしれないが、これは僕の生涯の中でも前代未聞の。
もったいぶらないで早く。
Yeah, you know it's bad when another NPC is telling you to stop yapping.
赤羽さんの恩師の資料によれば、九段の歌舞伎者は人間ではなく人形だったというんだ。
A puppet.
人形
The Shogun puppet that the Electro Archon made should be ruling Inazuma with her as we speak. So it could be her. The Kabukimono has to be the balladeer, but what was he doing 400 years ago in Tatarasuno?
おや、お二人の表情から察するに関係ある話を聞いたことが。
Paimon, you shut up.
いやいや、ただ人形なんてものが物語に出てくるのが変だなと思って。
そう、僕もそう思った。しかし稲妻には確かに人間でない種族がいることを考えると、人形が出てくる事件があってもおかしくはない。だからこの作品を書いたんだ。
And that is long. Very long. Okay, I suppose I have to read it. Alright, brace yourselves for a bit of story time. Okay. Extract 1. A man arrived in Tatarasuna around 3 in the afternoon. From afar, he spied laborers walking along the mountain road towards the factories, their shoes scuffing along the jutting stones. They walked like people convinced that so long as they reached the fire raging in the mountain's belly, they might extract from it gems beyond price. The mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond mere description for those not present to witness it. The man barked cheerful greetings and sprinted to join the procession. There, a towering character who stood half a head taller greeted him with a heavy slap on the back, and yet his words were filled with respect. Do you mind us deceive me? Sir Miyazaki, I cannot think that the return trip here from Inazuma City could have been easy on you. Miyazaki smiled, like a young man taking the first steps on their journey. Expression, relax. Why, Katsuragi, Inazuma is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ships, trod upon the swiftest sea routes. What dangers could I have possibly faced? And what about the good news? There was some, naturally. The two burst into uproarious laughter, roughhousing with the other workers until the paths ended. A young man dressed in a linen shirt and wearing a headscarf gazed into the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now, the flames of the forge are unlike any other, for their intensity affects the resulting integrity of both metal and blade. So too, then, was the Flame Watcher an unusual individual. At his fingertips sat a lizard, and on his face he wore a smile. The workshop was huge, and the furnace was deeper within. A reasonable person might think that there should have been many working alongside the Watcher, yet he stood alone. Only when Katsuragi and Miyazaki strode into the room did the Watcher turn. This Watcher was Niwa, armory officer and the administrator of Tatarasuna. Born into the Niwa clan, which served as one of the three pillars of the Ishin art, Niwa never argued with his siblings and was a worthy successor by all accounts. The post he received as a result of his high standing with those of power served as a statement unto itself. Miyazaki handed a well-bundled text to Niwa as he adjusted his expression and said, "It is as you have said, sir. The elders of your clan in the city do not think highly of our plan. Yet I still believe it to be worthy a try. As such, I have found proper vendors and procured the materials that you requested." Niwa studied the text and nodded. "We should try some of these new forging techniques, together with Kaidahara, whether Kaidahara says yay or nay." Katsuragi frowned, and with a sigh he said, "Forging is a precise and difficult undertaking. You know this better than most others, and still you seek improvement each day with terrifying drive. And should my lord Nagamasa hear this, the sourness on his face shall be hard to miss." Niwa smiled, replying, "And how does the forging of your lord's great blade, Katsuragi?" Katsuragi neither wanted to shame his master nor lie to his two friends, and yet he could not think of any way to deflect, and so roused, "I see your ears are as keen as your hands, Sir Niwa. The jokes of us unlearned men are as nothing before you." Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But just as the words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, their footsteps light within the celerity of youth. The head that peeked in was round and, in the light of the fires, looked like an oiled jewel. Interesting. The young man placed some boxed food at the side, and nodding, he prepared to leave. Katsuragi called out to him, "What about your share? Aren't you going to eat it?" The young man, upon hearing those words, found himself slightly at a loss. After a while, he answered, "Very well, I'll try." "You are welcome to the food. We all eat the same fare, after all," Niwa said. The man nodded and left, seemingly deep in thought. We are only halfway through this. And yes, I do plan on reading all of it. After all, they did go through the trouble of writing us the novels, so might as well respect them and read it. The Kabukimono was by the coast. Sunset fell to the accompaniment of darkness. The band of twilight showed themselves not, for in their place did thunderclouds roil, grumbling the omens of a coming rainstorm. Darkness filled the flesh of the sea, and the dusk blade of the clouds to kneel upon the land. Its supplication mirroring the Kabukimono, with the knees bent and face pointed towards the waters. None passed that way, and none knew what he was waiting for in silence. Time passed, unmeasured, uncounted, till the black cloud suddenly tore free from the sky and began to circle the Kabukimono, bearing down on him like a nightmare. Though he was not aware at first, after his stunning gaze was refined by time, he understood. This cloud had marked him from the very start. Outbound, a fishing boat drew near. The lights on the boat flickering in and out of sight beneath falling sheets of rain. A mist unspooled across the area, stealing sight from the fisherman. Repeatedly he exclaimed, "It is but dusk. How are my eyes darkened? Is there anyone that can deliver my boat upon a safe tides?" Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat and was joined by its bereftness of direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the Kabukimono stood idle, slanting his head to sound the grand wreck. Naught but half of an arm was left of the one who had cried out for help, and with a plop it landed at the Kabukimono's feet. He crouched to better study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite out of it. Yet he did not, but the dark clouds swirling down had already picked the remains of the ship clean. The Kabukimono stared at it blankly, like an awakening dreamer. When he returned to himself, the clouds had scattered, as if they had never been there at all. As for the ship, could it have been struck down by the storm? Who was to know? Not the Kabukimono. Extract 3. Katsuragi rushed to the doorway and shouted, "My lord! Things go well at the furnace. I have searched for Sir Niwa, but there is no trace of him. And much time has passed since Sir Miyazaki left Seagate, but he has yet to send any missive. Look." Mikoshi Nagasama turned slowly, his face grave as one attending a funeral. He spoke then, his words heavy laden. "I wish not to say such words, Katsuragi, but Sir Miyazaki may never return." Katsuragi peered past the Nagamasa's broad, stiff shoulders beyond the windows. The clouds above boiled in waves of blank, as if darkness now was the only weather, and might even morph into an abyssal beast and devour the Tatarasuna whole. Overton people had already perished. That was why Katsuragi recoiled as if struck. Yes, it was coming back to him now, and in dribs and drabs. That was why he had set out to seek aid. Miyazaki had been the first to set sail. The clouds had only just begun to form then. Traveling from Tatarasuna to Inazuma to ask for support was normally not a great feat, and yet there had been no sign of his return. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third, and a fourth. Till the Kabukimono himself had departed upon the tides under foul skies and ominous fortunes. It had been Katsuragi who had brought him back and treated him as his own, and it pained him greatly to see the lad go. Yet the situation in Tatarasuna was severe. Even should they sacrifice more lives, it would have been worth it to gain assistance from Inazuma City. Niwa was gone, and none could find him. Afterwards, Nagamasa led a search party into the mountains and the area around the furnace, all to no avail. Folk began to wonder if Niwa might have encountered an accident, but worry soon turned to suspicion, and they wondered if he had fled, unwilling to bear the sin of having caused these incidents. The people grew even more suspicious, and Nagamasa himself strained against his discontent and fury. His face had grown to resemble the grumbling clouds above. Suddenly, a figure flashed by. Their presence did not go unnoticed by Nagamasa. He drew his blade and cut, though they only nicked the silken veil the intruder wore. For a moment, they swayed, and then, like a marionette pulled by strings, they moved behind Nagamasa, laughing darkly. Are you seeking someone, my lord? Niwa? Perhaps? Nagamasa bellowed in fury. How dare you address Sir Niwa directly? Yet the figure parted like a mist before his falling blade, only to rematerialize beyond reach, but not beyond sight. A ghastly apparition indeed. Was it you who slew my people? Nagamasa howled and charged, held back only by Katsuragi's desperate grip. As his senses returned to him, he realized that he was but an inch away from falling into the furnace. It seems the rest of the work remains unfinished. From the existing text, however, it appears that this is a novel of fantastical, colorful sensibilities born from an imagination well utilized. Well, that was long. Okay, never thought I'd be an ebook reader. Please tell me it's shorter. Oh, please, it's even longer than that. That's a lot of readables. Okay. So, do you prefer for me to read just dryly, or do you prefer me to put some emotions into the text as if I'm actually trying to read to someone? Or actually read an ebook to someone? Oh well. I would ask how your essay is even longer than the novel I just read, but alright. Let's go through the lore drop. Okay, the essay title: A Brief Analysis of Possible Events of Historical Importance in the Tatarasuna Area. Details: the text belongs to a series of works sponsored by the Bahomana's Velcutter project. It has yet to be numbered. Author: Akaba. Abstract: the Tatarasuna area has always been a major pillar of Inazuma's smithing industry. 2 incidents have occurred here, and the details behind the first are vague at best. I believe, however, that there might be a hidden history behind the events that transpired. Hence, this paper will attempt to analyze that may have unfolded from the available data. Glossary: Tatarasuna area, Raiden Gokaden, Mikoshi Nagamasa, Kabukimono. Introduction: this paper continues to expand the work of my mentor, Mr. Rumi, in his report on the happily hidden tales of Tatarasuna, and is intended to further this avenue of research. According to the data, the blade forging techniques of Inazuma were originally handed down from the Electro Archon, also known as the Raiden Shogun. Using the arts they inherited from their Archon, the people of Inazuma devoted themselves to the process of forging. However, strange rumors that do not quite fit the steely nature of the metalwork yet linger about Tatarasuna, which was a central pillar of the forging industry. There, the Mikoshi and Niwa clans, along with an eccentric puppet, serve as the 3 windows of insight we need to investigate. We need to investigate the truth behind what happened. Body, aka the actual content. Strange notes from the Tatarasuna area. Their contents are as follows. 1. Perhaps I overstep, but I think Sir Nagamasa's mood grows better when he forges blades. The obsession to cleanse the stain of the name Mikoshi must eat at him. Also, Sir Katsuragi discovered a nameless eccentric while patrolling around Nazoshi Beach. 2. The inspector brought a certain number of jade steel ingots. Sir Katsuragi discussed matters of smithing deep into the night with the vice armory officer. 3. We at least made a single Nagamaki. We call it the Daitatara Nagamasa. The inspector was in high spirits, and he and the vice armory officer. Nozomu was so taken by the beauty of the Daitatara Nagamasa that he drew a picture of it. And he performed a sword dance with that wandering eccentric. 4. And we could not find that eccentric. The inspector flew into a range and slashed Katsuragi. The great blade cut deep into the flesh, cast his own Nagamaki into the furnace's flame. Nozomu could not abide by the order and drew the completely melted weapon out of the furnace. He was horribly burned. 5. Nozomu died that night. I dare say that while Katsuragi may have committed malfeasance, it was out of the goodness of his heart. 6. Kinshiro hid the Nagamaki and Nozomu's drawing in the arsenal. Nagamasa is harsh, but also knows right from wrong. But even so, he is not amenable to reason. His name indicates one obsessed with purity. Still I, and some households of Tatarasuna have not been blinded by the matter of Nagamasa's mother Chiyo, and we trust them. I also remain unwilling to forget the joy of creating the Daitara Nagamasa with him, and the joy of watching that nameless eccentric perform the sword dance with Katsuragi. 7. Before we withdrew, we should have divided the arsenal key into 3 parts. One for the inspector, one for the armory officer, and one to be left in Tatarasuna itself to prevent theft. But we were in too much hurry, and neither the inspector nor armory officer could be found. So I was so bold as to hide the 3 pieces within the treasure chest in Tatarasuna. Well, that was definitely bold. Oh, holy wall of text. Okay, Saga, slow and steady. You can do this. It's just halfway. It's just the halfway point. You haven't been stuttering too much yet. At least I think so. Okay. The 7 notes mentioned prior have been scattered across the Tatarasuna area. Among the 7 notes, 6 seem to be of good physical integrity, though they all look quite old, while the last one looks more recent. I believe that the first 6 notes and the last are of different time periods, though the gulf in years between them needs to be verified. The contents of the first 6 should also be related to each other, as the incidents mentioned are quite consistent with one another. Rumi once mentioned the happily hidden tales of Tatarasuna, hereafter known as Hidden Tales, that in the past researchers from Sumeru have investigated the cultural histories of Tatarasuna and Inazuma. Though the place has fallen into some degree of despair since the Hidden Tales were written, things have improved since the time when I wrote my original article. Regardless, what used to be an area of major industry remains a place most inhospitable, and residents of Tatarasuna may be found living and dwelling by the waters. The residents, when questioned, told the researchers of Tatarasuna's golden age centuries ago, when it was administered by Armory Officer Niwa, Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki, and Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa. Yet the elders among the locals, with deeper ties to the region, also seem to stress the fact that there were strange rumors surrounding their homeland's past. Oh, please tell me these are the longest. I'm really hoping that my dyslexia is not becoming very apparent right now. Or the fact that English is my 3rd language and I am actually not sure how to pronounce some of these words. Alright. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic of Inazuma's folk histories. A very small number, however, mentioned the word puppet. It should be known that puppets are neither traditional nor common yokai in Inazuma. This fact drew the attention of researchers to delve further, and eventually the following pieces of information came to light. The puppet did once appear in Tatarasuna. Its visage was elegant and its apparel impeccable, and the way it dressed hid all the joint lines on its body. If no one were to mention that it was indeed a puppet, it would be hard to tell at all. Additionally, this puppet seems to possess special joint lines that will fade with time, potentially even disappearing altogether, which would perhaps eventually make the puppet seem entirely human. The name of the puppet was known to almost none. Some folk claim to have spotted it appearing around Tatarasuna, while others mentioned encountering it in the central regions of the area. Some even claimed that it would frequent the beach. Tales spread of it standing beside a sea and gazing across the waters towards Inazuma City. What it was that the puppet was gazing at remains a mystery. Just a few more paragraphs. As mentioned earlier, the 6 notes all document certain name as eccentric. The eccentric, which can also be read as kabukimono, is usually used in Inazuma to refer to a figure who dresses or behaves in a peculiar manner. It is understandable, therefore, why this character would have left such an impression. Should the people of Tatarasuna indeed have had a puppet in their midst incurring mass panic, a good possibility considering the coexistence between yokai and humans in Inazuma at large, then the puppet would have very likely become a local resident. What is less well known about is if the kabukimono was just another title for this puppet. Perhaps because it was uniquely dressed to distract attention from its more special characteristics. A workable theory, but one that still lacks enough evidence to support it. Still, it can be retained as an analytical lens of sorts. A list of individuals related to Tatarasuna has been compiled here based on the historical documents from Inazuma. Starting from the administrators, the records are as follows. Armory Officer Niwa. Full name Niwa Hisahide. He was the inheritor of the Ishin art and the successor of the Niwa clan. His family, along with the Akame and Kaedehara clans, were together known as the Ishin Sansaku. Records show that Niwa was a modest and intelligent individual who displayed remarkable talent in the administration of territory and people. His eventual whereabouts are unknown, but he was suspected to have left Tatarasuna with his family following the incident. Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki. Full name Miyazaki Kaneo. Miyazaki Kaneo. There it is. There's the fumble. He was Niwa's second in command. His origins are unknown, and he primarily assisted Niwa in forging the personnel management. He was of the affable temperament and many friends in the region, including one Mikoshi Nagamasa. Then the Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa. This successor of the Mikoshi clan, adopted son to Oni warrior Mikoshi Shio, and the younger adopted brother to Mikoshi Michihiro, also known as Iwakura, the successor. With his mother missing and abandoned by his brother, Nagamasa alone bore the family name, striving daily to wipe the shame from their history. Though records state that Mikoshi Nagamasa was a stubborn figure, he was also noted to be a person of moral virtue and integrity. It has been noted in various records that he practiced forging swords for self-cultivation, and specially requested special instructions from Miyazaki to further his capabilities. However, after the famous blade died Tatara Nagamasa was forged, he used it to slay his subordinate Katsuragi, for reasons unknown at present. The subordinate, Katsuragi. Katsuragi's full name and background remain unknown. Despite all the materials I have sorted through, I have yet to find any more additional personal information regarding him. As one of the Mikoshi Nagamasa's subordinates, he was a loyal warrior who had been saved by Nagamasa in his youth. From then on, he swore to stick by his lord through thick and thin, and to give his life in service if it was asked of him. Kawakimono. Full name unknown, background unknown. From the many sources I've combined with Rumi's personal observation, this character might have been the puppet mentioned in the rumors. The Kabukimono was a figure of fashionable grace and gentleness. According to hidden tales, he was brought back to Tatarasuna by Katsuragi and became a member of the community. When the Kabukimono first arrived in Tatarasuna, he knew nothing of cleaning, cooking, or any work of meticulous nature. The locals taught him the skills over time, showing him how to clean his attire, dance, and craft small trinkets. Records state that Kabukimono was there when the Daitatara Nagamasa was forged, though his trail ends before Mikoshi Nagamasa slew Katsuragi. I believe that the Kabukimono was indeed the aforementioned puppet, and that he quite likely had a hand in Katsuragi's death. The rest of this paper remains unfinished. One thing is for sure, though, a lot of thought was put into it. And the second thing that's for sure is I'm going to shut up for a while. My voice is incredibly strained. How long did it take for me to read this? I should have logged the time. I didn't, but it took too long. And now I understand why radio hosts play so much music between their talks. Talking this much is not easy.
沢田先生は私の論文を彼の創作の方向性に合わせてほしいと思っているようだ。だが私は論文とはもっと現実に即したものであるべきだと思っている。細かいところを全て不思議な力で片付けてしまうべきではない。沢田先生のお話の中ではっきりと言えない部分を全て政治的要素に結びつけるのはどうだろう。例えばこの事件の本質はいくつかの勢力の縄張り争いだったとか。
論文ってそんな適当にでっち上げていいものなのか？おいらてっきりお前が書いてる方が小説なのかと思ったぜ。
Yeah, do that and you might as well be just writing a novel.
赤羽さん、君の恩師があれだけ時間をかけて積み重ねた調査と僕の人脈をもってしてもたったこれだけの資料しかなかったんだ。もうこれ以上は深入りできない。しかも本当に君の言う通り、この件が極めて重大でよその勢力闘争にまで関係しているのなら、なおさら真相を知るつてなんてないだろう。
はあ、それもそうだな。もう少し考えてみるよ。少し時間をくれ。新しい切り口を考え直す。
I'll leave you to it.
まだ用事があるから先に行くぞ。論文頑張ってくれよ。
ああ、ありがとう。もしこの件に関する情報があればぜひ私に教えてくれ。頼んだぞ。
おい、さっき言ってた件だけど三票と関係があるんだろ？
Mm-hmm. Definitely sounds like it.
じゃあもし何か分かったとしても参考として教えてあげられることなんてないよな。だって三票のやつはオイラたちに倒されて囚人になったんだぞ。普通こういうやつの情報って全部極秘情報ってやつになるだろ。オイラに言わせれば 赤羽は課題を変えた方がいいと思うぞ。課題なんてものは世界中の大樹くらいいっぱいあるんだ。別に。うわ
What's wrong?
ー、おい、さっきの人影を見たか？いきなり通り過ぎてったあれ、あっちに行ったけど、あれは
Wait, is that?
残氷？いや、そんなはずないぞ。だってあいつは閉じ込められてたはずじゃ。早く追いかけてみようぜ。
Well, it's either a look-alike, he escaped, or they let him go for whatever reason. But regardless, it's a face that I was not expecting to see. What is he doing here? Did I not beat you up hard enough last time? Mr. Balladeer look-alike. Nahida, you okay? Yeah, well, you're here. Are you okay? No Balladeer-shaped guest here?
ナヒーダ、さっき外で残氷が堂々と歩いてたのを見たぞ。あいつは閉じ込められてって、うわー、いる。
Ah, there he is.
やはり来たんだね。
おい、なんでお前がスラサタンな聖書にいるんだ。閉じ込められてたんじゃないのかよ。あなたたちが気にするのもよくわかるわ。このわけは私から説明させて。
Please do.
残氷の釈放は私の意志によるもの。私たちの間にとある取引があって、彼は私に代わって世界中内での調査をしてくれているの。取引？どうしてあんなやつを信じるんだよ。
スメールがどうして僕を生かしたと思う？考えもしなかったかい？それとも僕に死んでいてほしかった？
Well, no, but I did expect them to lock you up for longer.
ならなぜあの時とどめを刺さなかった？
うぬぼれすぎだぞ。ナヒーダがお前にはまだ謎があるって。
じゃあその謎がなくなったらさっぱり手を下せると？おお、それは成長したね。ついに優柔不断を捨て去ることができたんだ。
Don't try me.
あら、もう喧嘩を始めてしまったの？困ったわね。少し冷静になってもらえる？
Why are you looking at me? He is the one taunting me.
オイラたちは心配してるんだぞ。ナヒーダ、こいつに騙されちゃダメだ。
君みたいなやつはなかなかいないよ。あろうことか知恵の神の知恵を疑うなんてね。
おい、仲違いさせようとしても無駄だぞ。合理的な条件の取引であれば、相手が残氷であっても私は問題ないと思うわ。
もちろん君はあの博士とさえ取引したほどだ。その誠意は信じるよ。
ええ、彼の手から価値のある情報を交換できた。この点についてはいずれもっと知ることになるでしょう。この前の一戦で残氷の力はほぼ消耗した。今の彼は私たちにとって戦略的な脅威となることはないわ。むしろ微妙な状況に身を置いているの。それに彼はファデュー執行官第6位だったこともあって多くの秘密を知っているはずよ。そんな彼がスメールに閉じ込められている状況だから、ファデュイの態度は気になるけれど。ちょっと待てよ。だってことは、もう執行官じゃないのか？
Did they kick him out?
できれば私もそう言いたくはないのだけれど、でも博士は歯医者を連れて帰るつもりはないみたい。つまり
So he was just tossed out like trash.
世間の大半は利用するものとされるものの関係にある。これこそが一番安定した人間の関係なんだ。ファデュイと僕、あとは彼ら同士の間さえそうであるようにね。価値さえあれば誰も捨てられない。だけどこの件が終わって僕が一部からの信用を失ったことは認めざるを得ないようだ。
Really? Oh, what a crying shame.
ファデュイ内部は僕の用途を再評価しようとするだろう。僕も自分のために退路を残しておかないとね。
この間話し合ったように、私は命を傷つけることが嫌い。あなたも守ってくれる場所が必要なら、他の勢力に身を寄せるのはどう？
見ての通り、目の前の二人はもう反対を表明している。違うかい？そして君はこいつらの友人だから。
当たり前だろ。ナヒーラ、こいつのデタラメを聞いちゃダメだ。ではこのことはまた後で話し合うことにしましょう。まだ時間はあるわ。とにかく今日のことは試みの一つだと思って協力して、これを今後の判断に生かしましょう。
わかった。僕は約束通りに動くとするよ。
行ってきて。連絡は取り続けられるように。ナヒーラ、今回決めたこと本気なのか？ええ。というより、この決定を下したのはあなたにも関係があるからなの。
For me?
そう。私は以前、世界樹にはあなたの血縁者の記録があるって言ったわね。
Yeah, I did mention that. Which is curious, considering there is no information about me and we're twins.
そうだぞ。今日お前を探しに来たのもそのことを聞こうと思ったからなんだ。もっと情報はないか？ええ。あの時ファデュイの方ではあなたの血縁者の情報を後輪者の範疇に含めなかったと言っていたことは覚えているはずよ。
Which is something I found
これが
weird.
重要なの。もしかしたらファデュイは私すら知らない情報を把握しているのかもしれない。ファデュイの一員だった残氷ならこういった情報の把握は私より正確かもしれないわ。もう少しで新たな神になれた彼は権能を与えられ、世界樹とつながることができるようになった。神の心を失った今でさえ彼の体内にはまだ少しつながる能力が残っているの。
And what is this information gonna cost me?
世界樹内部の情報量はあまりにも膨大で、私でさえ全てを事細かに網羅するのは時間がかかる。だからこの方面に詳しい残氷に私の代わりとなって世界樹で後輪者に関する全ての内容を探すように言ったの。
And what if he lies?
そうだぞ。とにかくオイラはあんなやつ信じないぞ。あいつには散々邪魔されてきたからな。分かっているわ。ただ時には立場が全ての前提となる。未来のことは彼がどんな情報を持ち帰るのかによって決まる。それに旅人、私はずっとあなたが願っていることを知っていた。私たちは何度も意識をつないだから、あなたの心のどこかに強い思いが隠れていることをね。あの感覚は闇夜の中でただ一つの灯火を探しているようだった。残氷に用心することは私がスメールの神としてすべきことでもある。でも私はあなたを友達だと思っているから、ずっとあなたのために何をできるのかを考えていた。あなたが昼夜問わずに思い続けているその答えを手に入れられるのであれば、残氷との取引も喜んでやるわ。
Well, thank you, Nahida. I just hope that we can trust the Balladeer. At least a little, considering everything we went through.
そう遠慮しないで。あなたはスメールの英雄だもの。これはそれにふさわしい報酬よ。でもやっぱり安心はできないぞ。何かオイラたちにできることはないか？あなたたちに連絡しようと思ってたの。でもその前にあなたたちが私のところまで来た。これは一種のテレパシーと言えるわね。
What a coincidence.
実際あなたに依頼するつもりだったわ。私の代わりに残票を監視するように。力がほぼ失われたとしても残票は執行官。あなたが彼と一緒に行動してくれると私も安心できるわ。もちろんあなたたちが世界中を進むためのガイドができるよう外からではあるけどナビゲーションの形であなたたちのそばにいるから。
So you trust him with the task, but you don't trust him to do it alone. Got it. Got it.
ではお願いね。準備をして。もうすぐ世界中へ送るわ。
Time to go visit the big tree, I guess.
おお、世界樹のある環境は前とだいぶ変わったな。色が穏やかになったのは今のスメールが平和だからだよな。
It's certainly a pretty pink tree. Doesn't even look that scary right now either. Nothing ominous about it. It's just a very pretty tree that has taken a lot of damage, but it's still pretty.
なんだ君たち、もっとのんびりしてくるのかと思ったよ。僕が一足先に世界樹に入ったのが心配で、お友達との世間話さえ惜しんだんだね。
Well, actually, Nahida figured you needed a babysitter.
こいつ、囚人のくせになんだってそんな偉そうな口の聞き方なんだ。
囚人が監視につきまとわれること自体は至って普通だ。だけど今は僕の獄外運動の時間だってこときちんと認識してもらわないと困るな。
うまく合流できたようね。注意しておきたいことが一つあるわ。じきにあなたたちは世界樹の内部に入ることになるけれど、そこはその特殊さゆえにずっとスメールで最も重要な存在とみなされてきたの。通常エリアと違って世界樹の内部には情報やデータで構成された本流しか存在しないの。世界樹内部での行動は常に最大限に警戒する必要があり、必要のない行動は厳に慎むべきよ。あなたたちの間に積もりに積もった恨みがあることは100も承知だけど、世界樹に入ってからは内輪もめは絶対に禁止よ。これはあなたたちの安全のためでもあると思ってちょうだい。
I will if he does.
わかったよ。これから大事なことをするのに免じてしばらくはあいつと平和に共存してやる。
気まずいのはなしにしよう。後で一緒に行動するんだからね。暗草なりデビとの約束通り僕が先陣を切る。経路探索、危険の排除などは僕に任せて。
オイラたちより冒険の心得があるように聞こえるぜ。ずいぶんな自信じゃないか。
他の用事がないならさっさと出発するべきだ。それともまだ心の準備ができてない？もうちょっと時間が必要かな。
もうこいつの口の聞き方嫌だぞ。しつこい。
Yeah, there is no need for all the biting sarcasm.
始めていいよ。
世界中へのアクセスを許可。アクセスプロセス起動。これって小さな苗木か？もうこいつ、オイラたちもすぐ追いかけようぜ。 の内部か。
It's definitely different from what I imagined.
変わったところだな。それになんか汚すことが許されないって感じがするぞ。
世界樹はテイワット大陸全体と密接に関係していて、その内部に流れる全ての情報に意味がある。驚いてばかりで時間を無駄にしないでよね。出発するよ。
なんでかわからないけど、あいつの言うことに素直に従いたくないんだよな。
Resisted Paimon. Just put up with him for this little while. He's not gonna be tagging along with us for long. We just need to babysit him to make sure he doesn't do anything funny.
クラクサ・ナリデビ、これから世界樹の中心に向かう。
中心の場所はまだ感知できるわよね。
なあ、情報の検索だけど、あそこでやるのはどうだい？
許可するわ。行ってきてちょうだい。
行こう。しっかりついてくるんだね。勝手に走るなよ。
おい、ここで勝手に走って道に迷ったらどうなるんだ？何笑ってるんだよ。
想像していただけさ。君が迷子になった時、果たして旅人がどんな表情をするのかをね。
Oh, enough with you already.
ここで何も起こらないと保証できる人なんて誰もいないんだ。安全のため僕にしっかりついてくる方がいい。
Alright. Let's just stay close and not try anything funny. Though it is one question
なのがバラバラになったんだな。
how you're supposed to get lost in such a
世
straight
界
area.
中内部の情報だ。勝手に触るな。
The location's changed. Okay, so don't touch the saplings. And yet you're gonna walk right to them.
どの方向を見てもあまり変わらないな。通りで迷子になりやすいわけだ。こいつ本当のこと言ってたんだな。またオイラのことを笑ってるぞ。なんなんだよあいつ。
騙すというのは時間と場所をわきまえるものだ。今は着いたよ。
でっかい木だな。
Well, yeah, it is pretty big. So this is the center of Airman Soul. All the information in the world is flowing through it.
クラクサ・ナリデビ。
あの場所に着いたはずね。準備はどう？
いつ始めてもいいよ。
じゃあ準備してちょうだい。意識の本流へのアクセス準備開始。アンカーを設置。スカラマッシュのやつ、まさか本当にナヒーダのために働いているなんて。あんなやつでも死ぬのは怖いんだな。
He hasn't put up any resistance and he seems good at working on the front line. Maybe he had a similar role back in the Fatui? First Akaba and Sawada's stories, now this. What a strange individual.
後のことは頼んだわ。新しい発見があれば、ぜひ私たちに教えてちょうだい。
ああ。
おいらたちは逆にやることのない暇人になっちゃったぞ。旅人、タイモン、少しお話ししない？
Oh, sure. Anything to kill time. So, I'm assuming either this is a telepathic conversation?
そうよ。タイモンも誘ったわ。いい 頭の中で直接会話ができるのか？
That's certainly is a convenient way to converse. Assuming, of course, that every single participant in the conversation has an internal monologue. Because if you don't, this is gonna be a little more difficult. And I'm guessing you don't want us to disturb the Bellarier while we are having this conversation.
そういう風に理解してもらっても構わないわ。それに、私たちはもうお互いを知ってる友達でしょ？おう、新鮮だな。悪くないぞ。そうだ、さっきから聞きたかったんだけど、スカラマッシュってなんか矛盾してると思わないか？話すときはいつも挑発的なのに、仕事をしてるときは妙に真面目なんだよな。
Yeah, and he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for others.
言ったはずよ。彼にはまだ謎が残っていると。そういう事情は私の視点だからはっきりと見えているけれど、彼自身は全く理解していないみたい。もしかすると彼は今日答えを見つけるかもしれないわね。
Is it about his past? The betrayals? And the other events that took place in Inazuma?
さすがの思考ね。緻密で賢いわ。
Actually, I caught a glimpse of a few things when we ran into Hypatia at the Parties Di.
彼の心のあの部分に触れたなんてね。確かに裏切りこそが今の彼を作り上げたと言っても過言ではないわ。おいらてっきりああいうやつは怖いものなんて何もないのかと思ってたぜ。結局大したことないじゃないか。人は皆大なり小なり自分だけの過去を持つのよ、パイモン。残氷がたとえ雷神によって作られた人形だとしてもね。人形といえば、今日教令員の前で論文について議論しているやつらを見たぞ。あいつらのお題はなんとタタラスナの事件だって。ナヒーダ、そのことは知ってるか？タタラスナで起きたあの謎の事件や、それに歌舞伎者のことなら知ってるわよ。
Oh, you do? You know all about it? Care to share?
本当か？あいつらから聞いた話だと、タタラスナの歴史にはいろんな疑わしいところがあって、今ある情報はすべて想像から補足したものらしいぜ。あら？面白いわね。その二人、想像力だけでこんなに有力な情報を推理できたなんて。まさかあいつら結構当たってたのか？
Oh, that's impressive. Considering the parts that I still remember, that essay was long.
少なくともタタラスナがかつて何かによって被害を受けたという点においては当たっているわ。
魂が3つも集まって世間話かい？賑やかだね。いつだって僕が参加できない話題ほど魅力的じゃないものは
And
な
how
い。
do you know we're having a conversation? You listening in?
お前なんで急に喋ったんだよ。
わざわざ僕を避けてお話ししてるんだ。きっと僕について議論してるに違いないと思ってね。
No, we have every right to keep certain things confidential.
それもそうだ。囚人が歓迎されないのは至って普通なことだよね。
それでお前は何か見つけたのかよ。
まだ探ってる。でも過大な期待はしない方がいい。君と君の血縁者は世界の外から来たんだ。世界中に全く記録されていなかったとしても不思議じゃない。
Well, that's how it should be.
待てよ。お前ずっとそのことを知ってたのか？
僕たちは何度も会ったじゃないか。君は有名人なんだし、君に関連のあることを知っていてもおかしくないと思うけど。
No, every conversation with you is hard work, but your attitude is right now is better than I thought.
今の君と僕の間に必要なのは平和さ。自ら求めて不快な目に遭う趣味もないから、平常心で会話することくらいはできるよ。ん？待て。
What did you just find?
この光、苗木のように見えるけど、一体何なんだろう。
無名のデータ？
What is about?
おい、約束を忘れるなよな。オイラたちにも教えろよ。
しつこいな。おとなしく待っていなよ。
Okay.
庭様、本当に危険を冒してまで行くつもりですか？タタラスナの革新要路にも関わっています。軽率な行動はおそらく。
路心に入る上で拙者より良い人選はおらぬ。
そうですか。あなた様がそう決めたのであれば。
これは。
What is it? What name? Niwa. The main man in charge of Tatarasuna. Plus, he belongs to the lineage of Ishinart. What else?
タタラスナにたどり着いてからもうだいぶ経ちますが、あなた様といい、三越長政様といい、ここにいる皆様の親切、寛大さには言葉もありません。あなた様のいるタタラスナは暖かい集落のようで巨大な村のようです。人々は充実した有意義な生活を送り、熱意を抱きながら暮らしています。私の知る限り、将軍様は長年にわたり稲妻の大地に猛威を振るう邪悪な妖魔を退治してきました。タタラスナという場所も当初は消化骨髄を消費するために設立されたと存じております。消化骨髄を消費するために鍛造業が盛んになり、代々続く刀の職人が生まれました。世に名を馳せた者もいれば、黙々と一生を過ごした者もいました。技術、血筋、夢、この工業に魅せられたすべての職人たちは、刀と鋼の中で自我を求め続けてきました。
Now we're
あ
observing
なた様
everything
が
as if,
私や赤目さんの提案を受け入れたのもそのためなのでしょう。
as if we ourselves are actually here.
エッシャー殿、赤目殿が言っていたでござる。お主が稲妻を訪ねてきて、偶然に彼と友情を築き、共に技術を研究しておらねば、こうも早く鍛造技法を改善する術を思いつくことはなかったであろう。
Now, it is quite interesting how they are making bone marrow into weapons, considering bone marrow is soft tissue. I mean, bones I get. I mean, it may not be the best weapon material, but it's still a viable weapon material if you use it right. But bone marrow? That's soft stuff. Like, seriously. Boil bones for a while, cut them open and see what it looks like after you're done with it. Well, the bone marrow in question has to be some sort of a magical thing for it to even work in the first place. Because again, a cooked bone marrow is something you can eat with a spoon.
お主は共に研究した技術を赤目殿に譲り、その後彼は技術を拙者に売ってくれた。今やタタラスナの路心で回る鉱石のすべては新技術によって精錬されたものでござる。それだけでなく、 お主もタタラスナの顧問の一人としてここに滞在し、我らに付き合ってくれた。お主の到来は我らの生産や鍛造の様式を変えてくれたのでござる。
過分なお言葉恐れ入ります。もともと稲妻の鍛造業を鑑賞できることは実に喜ばしいと思っておりましたが、あなた様方と共になれたのも私にとって光栄なことです。
しかしエッシャー殿、本当にそれだけであろうか。
と言いますと？
今日まで物事の全てをつなげて考えたことはなかった。それはこのように邪推することも、そうせざるを得ないほど事態が悪化していると信ずることも、新技術の実用化を受け入れたことで我らは何を得た？怪しい黒煙、滞留する問題、職人の体力の損耗や死傷の比率は上がり、それらが発生する間隔は日ごとに縮まってきておる。知っての通り、最近まで露心内では怪しい汚れのせいで死人が出ていた。情報を抑えて外部の人間には真実を公表していなかったが、そのあたりは拙者よりも詳しいはずであろう。エッシャ、外へ助けを求めに行った者は誰一人として帰らなんだ。己や拙者の友である歌舞伎者もあの金色の羽を持って鳴上島の将軍様へ謁見しに行った。これは我らの最後の希望と言っても良いであろう。かような状況になってもエッシャ、己は何も恐れていないのであろうな。でなければどうしてその顔にまだ微笑みが張り付いているのか説明がつかぬ。
Yeah, that's kind of scary.
これはただ驚いているだけです。あなた様からこのような本心からの言葉を聞けるとは思っていませんでしたから。
三越長政様もおそらくはこの一連の事件の裏にある共通点に気づいたのであろう。つまり己のことだ、エッシャ。ただ三越様は強直なお方ゆえ、行いも拙者より用心深い。
噂によりますと、三越様は将軍に切り伏せられた幼女トラチオの養子であり、家族の汚名を晴らすために検討してきたと聞いています。行いが用心深いのも当然のことです。
そこまで内情を知る者が遠路はるばるフォンテーヌから来た一介の機械職人というのは少々役不足ではなかろうか。
I do wonder, who is this Asher person? He was not even mentioned in the notes, like, at all.
三輪様がおっしゃっているのは、私に公方の職でも見繕っていただけるということですかな。しかし残念ながら、私は技術に好みを捧げるつもりでして。
I mean, I suppose we'll figure it out, but it is interesting how a person who seems like they may be important to this entire mystery is completely missing.
もう良いであろう、エッシャ。拙者がここに立っているのは露心内部で邪悪な力が猛威を振るっているため、それを解決するためには己のよこした邪水を吸収できる装置を持ち、危険区域に入る人間が一人必要なのだ。拙者はここの責任者ゆえ、その責を負い勇気を持って死へと赴こう。だがエッシャ、己は何を待っているのだ。
その目を見れば、私を深く疑っていることは明白ですね。
Yeah, I figured he wasn't a good guy. Figured he was not a good guy.
今さらその芝居を続ける必要もなかろう。己が誰であれ、タタラスナを破壊する計画はうまくいったようであるからな。ただ知りたいのだ。ことここに及んで 一体何を待っている？
庭様、私はこの時を待っていたのですよ。
That's a lot of focus on the knife on his hip.
このようにあなた様の話を聞き終えてから決して露心へ入れぬよう阻止する時をね。
己は
私の予想より少しは賢かったようですね。少なくともここに着いた当初はうまく偽装できていたと思ったんですがね。まさか当時からすでに私の情報を探り始めていたとは思いませんでした。稲妻とフォンテーヌは遠いですからね。あなた様の配下がエッシャーという名前は偽名であり、フォンテーヌから来てなどいないと確認するまでかなり時間がかかったはずですが、それでもなおあなた様は私の正体もこのタタラスナの何がまだ私を引きつけているのかも想像だにできなかった。
That's not how
お
the
前の
records
時
say
にこ
he
の
was.
私が仕掛けた罠が見破れるとまさか本気で思っていたのか？
拙者を殺めてしまえば露心に入る人間がいなくなるぞ。この地を滅ぼすつもりか？
いやいや、まだもう一人いるはずだ。人間だとは思われていないかもしれないが、彼にそうだと告げたのは他でもないお前だったな。お主は人形などではない人間なのだ。違いといえば心が一つ少ないだけではないかと。
己の背後にまだ他の勢力がいることは遅かれ早かれ露呈することになる。しかしどうしてもわからぬ。これらのことにあたって何を意図している？
それは無論干渉と実験のために決まっている。何せ私は尋常でないほど辛抱強いからな。もちろんもし気になるなら本当の名を教えてやることもやぶさかではない。私のことはファトゥス、博士と呼ぶがいい。
Doctor? He was there? Wait, how long ago was this? I mean, Baladier being the president, I kinda get. He's a puppet, but Doctor? Like... Must be an inherited title. Must be an inherited title. Must be an inherited title. Otherwise, I have questions. Can't be the same person. Can't. Because if it is, again, I have questions.
ファデュイだと何をするつもりだ？
Also makes it Fatui as an organization really old.
お前たちの国に少しだけ本当に些細なトラブルを起こしに来ただけだ。
故に己は技術を改善し消化骨髄に含まれる邪水の力を最大限に発揮できるようにさせた。
Oh, right. I'd forgotten about it. It's been so long since Sumeru. Yeah, you're right. You're right, he did do that kind of mess up thing. So it could very well be the same person. Well, he's old. He's seriously old. I'd say call the Xianzhou Alliance, they might want to have a word with it, but, wrong universe.
お前のように身分のある人間も死に際にはそんな凶暴な顔を見せるんだな。私が作った装置は本物だ。 外の人間に悟られず、この災難を解決するにはあれが必ず必要となる。ただあの装置がお前のために用意されたものではなかったというだけだ。憎しみを持つほど人間はより簡単に邪推に取りつかれる。だから思い切って怒ってくれていいぞ。この心臓が人形に入った時、どんな効果をもたらすのか見てみたいからな。どうせお前がいなくなれば、遅かれ早かれあの純潔な人形を利用したがる輩が現れる。人間とそうではないものが友達になる理由なんて他にないからな。
For Fatu to be that old of an organization, they must have been playing the long game. Considering they've basically only quite recently started to steamroll towards their goals. After all, considering that most of Fatui's major achievements regarding progress towards their eventual goal started only after the Traveler entered the picture. So it was only recently that they started moving forward with their grand plan. Whatever that grand plan is. And for about 500 years, they've basically been doing something, playing the long game, establishing themselves, maybe? Who knows? Maybe I'll find out. With time.
拙者の心臓を彼に渡すのであれば、彼に伝えてくれ。長政様も拙者も皆彼のことを仲間だと思っていると。彼が自らを証明するために何かをする必要はない。人と人の間は理解だけではないのだ。そうなるのは博士とやら己のようなやつだけだ。
なんと美しい理想か。この私でさえ少々の罪悪感を覚えざるを得ない。そうだな。お前を尊重して私自身の定義を変えてやろう。お前さえ良ければ私のことを化け物あるいは君とでも見るがいい。お前が死んだとしてもそれは愚かさのゆえに殺されたのではなく、超越できないものに負けただけなのだ。庭様よ、楽しみに待とうじゃないか。果たしてお前の友達の人形は人間になれるかな。庭。おっと、もうこと切れたか。実に残念だ。さて。
No remorse at all.
どうけよ。これでお前から預かった任務は完了だ。ギャップを作り、稲妻の動きにはめ込む。実に面白かった。では、一人の人形を紹介しよう。もし彼に使い道があれば、私たちの同志になってもらう。そうでなければ、塵になってもらうまでだ。
And was this how Valadier ended up becoming Harbinger?
おい、お前、どうしたんだよ。
ドトレ。
いいね。 実にいいよ。
Do I have to balk you again? Or will you behave?
さっきのは博士？あいつフォンテーヌの職人になりすましてたってことか？
I'm afraid so. He was the one behind the Tatarasuna incident.
でもどうしてオイラたちが見たのはあいつ視点のものだったんだ？
Oh, that's a good question.
博士に触れ断片をすべて取り除いたかを確認したとき、彼の心の中からこの記憶を読み取ったの。あなたにとってこれは真相と言えるものでしょ？
Oh, that's where the memory came from.
こんなものは全く無意味だ。
そうかしら。けれど記憶の中の庭はあなたを裏切らなかったわ。あの時タタラスナであなたが装置を炉心に持ち込むよう仕向けたのは彼ではなかった。その意味は私よりもあなたの方がよくわかっているはずでしょ。
The betrayal was a lie that he has believed for hundreds of years. Was this part of Doctor's experiment? If the betrayal never happened, it existed only in his imagination. But where does this leave him?
オイラたち場所を変えようぜ。あいつなんだかすっごく怒ってるみたいだし、近づくのが怖いぞ。
He might need some space to digest the information he just heard. Yeah, Paimon, let's just go over there. A bit further, still within the line of sight. But give him some space.
彼に感情を消化する時間を与えてあげた方がいいわ。オイラ、タタラスナのことはまだはっきりしてないけど、あれが博士の仕業だったってことはわかるぞ。どうしてあいつはそんなにムキになってるんだ？今までそんな風にパイモンを騙した人はいなかったから、理解できないのも無理はないわ。おそらく遅かれ早かれ彼はこの情報を知らなければならなかったわ。これ以前のことはあなたたちも知ってるはずよ。歌舞伎者は葛城に拾われ、タタラスナの人々と共に暮らした。その後博士がフォンテーヌの職人に変装し、一連の騒動を引き起こしたの。すべては博士が意図的に仕組んだ恐ろしい実験。それは未来の稲妻に発芽させる災いの種を埋めるためだけに行われた。
Oh, thankfully we were there too. Like, sure, the worst did not happen like 400 years later, but... well... the Doctor is certainly a piece of work. A piece of work with a very punchable face. I'd ask if we ever get to actually punch that face. But at the same time, I know that if we do, that's gonna be one hell of a boss fight. And I'm probably not gonna be having a good time.
そして残氷も博士の実験に巻き込まれ、実験対象として大いに注目を浴びることになったのよ。その記憶の後、真相はこうなるの。博士は庭の心臓を装置に組み込み、それを残氷に渡して炉心の中心部に入らせ、溶連による汚れをすべて吸収させたの。予想をはるかに超える負荷だったけど、残氷は生き延びた。彼は疲弊して炉心から離れるとき、職人に問いただした。この装置が自分を守ってくれたようだ。中身は何だと。そして職人は答えた。庭様は罪を恐れて出奔されましたが、あなたへ贈り物を残されました。罪なき従者から奪ったあなたにとって念願のものであるとのことでしたと。 そう言って職人は枯れた心臓を装置から取り出した。
That's just cruel! Wow. I have no words. I have no words.
残氷は想像もしなかった。自分が渇望していたものがこのような残酷な形で目の前に現れることを。他人を殺して奪った心臓は確かに不吉なものだけれど、それが汚れから身を守ってくれたなどということを。彼は自分が庭に完全に裏切られただけでなく、その裏切りによって生き延びてしまったと思い込んでいる。怒りと悲しみがこみ上げた残氷は心臓を強く地面に叩きつけて断固としてタタラスナを去ったの。
そうだったのか。つまり博士は罪のない人を殺しただけじゃなく、それを死んだ人のせいにしたってことだよな。なんてひどいんだ。
Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend her caused the greatest resentment. Now we know what was behind the decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokaden 100 years ago. But it doesn't mean that vengeance was the right decision.
そうね。それを理解してこそ彼は初めて進むべき未来への道を選べるわ。
ドットーレ、よくもこんなこと。庭は鼻から罪を恐れて逃げたわけじゃなかった。お前が彼を殺したんだ。
The doctor is, yeah, flawed person with absolutely has a moral compass that functions like a normal person's if you invert the needles.
そろそろあいつに様子を聞きに行こうぜ。
If you invert the needles and put it into a magnetic storm. Yeah, I think I found the character in Genshin I most want to punch. Oh, please, don't tell me there's more events that I will definitely want to experience, but I can't because they were limited. Genshin, why? Why are you doing this to me? Oh well. Especially considering this entire ride in Gokaden sounds like a very important thing, lore-wise. Now then, how is this kid faring?
おい、物騒な顔してるな。
Though it feels weird calling a 400-year-old person a kid, but oh well. He has the mental maturity of someone who looks his age.
僕を心配してくれているのか。僕たちの間にあんなことがなければ、危うく僕も君たちのお友達になれるかもしれないと思ってしまうところだ。
Well, we just want to make sure that it doesn't affect the plan.
もちろん、約束は守るよ。
Can you still keep looking?
おい、まさかお前、オイラたちの知りたいことを調べてくれたのか？
僕たちはそのためにここにいる。ただ残念ながら、世界中に降臨者についての記録がないことは確かだ。
あなたがそう言うのなら、どうやら本当に世界中は降臨者を記録しないようね。世界の外から訪れし者がテイワットに属することはないんだわ。
And yet our brother is counted.
要するに、 収穫なしか。
Not unexpected, but still. Thank you.
そう焦らないでよ。なんだいその落ち込んだ顔は。個人的に少し情報をあげるよ。
Information?
お前、何か知ってるのか？
君の兄が世界樹に記録されていたのはカーン・ルイヤと関わりがあったからかもしれない。
Oh, you know?
噂によると彼が初めてこの世界に降臨した場所こそまさにカーン・ルイヤだったという。
That was hundreds of years ago. But we already knew that was the location where he spent a long time. In fact, the locals are referring to him as their prince, which is very suspicious. Now, Paladin, tell me everything you know.
そして彼がこの世に降臨した原因は天空が召喚に応じたからだと。
天空が召喚に応じた？
これは道家の口から聞いた言葉だ。間違いはない。彼はかつてカーン・ルイヤの宮廷魔術師を務めていて君の兄と一緒に過ごしていたことがある。
So why would another Fatui Harbinger live with my brother?
詳しいことは僕もわからない。信じるかどうかは君の自由だ。僕が言いたいのはこんなことで君を騙したりはないってことさ。クラクサ・ナリデビ、君も聞こえただろ？
ええ。驚くべき情報ね。
世界中からの情報じゃないけど僕の収穫と言えるかな。価値はあるかい？
とても価値があるわ。
そうか。なら次はプライベートな時間だ。
What's with that ominous look in your eyes?
お前、何をやったんだ？
What are you doing?
クラクサ・ナリデビの言う通り僕の力は残りわずかだ。残存する神の力を尽くしてもこの障壁を維持できるのはほんの少しの間だけだろう。君に教えた秘密は感謝を受けるに値するはずだ。見返りとして今僕の質問に答えてほしい。
What do you want to know?
僕の手を取って。
Okay.
こうやって会話するのかな。
Are you trying to brainwash me? Really?
いや、それはもう無理だ。君と少し言葉を交わす程度が限界だろう。
Oh, Paimon's just giving him the stare.
教えてくれ。この世界で歴史が変わったことはあるかい？
Huh? Change the past? Wait, why would you ask that?
これでいい。
何があったんだ？お前ら一瞬手を掴んでたのが見えたけど。
いや、ただ助けてくれたお礼をしただけさ。
Wait, that look. Did he see me hesitate? But that was because I know about Great Lord Rukarevata doing exactly that thing. Changing the past, completely erasing themselves from the history.
じゃあね。君たちも早くここから離れた方がいい。
Wait, what's that? I think, but nothing like it. Immediately, I gave him the answer he needed.
どこへ行くんだ？おい、待てよ！好き勝手走るなって言ったのはお前だろ！
Paladin, stop! Where are you going and what are you trying to do?
相変わらず勘がいいね。だけど僕たちはもう会うことはないだろう。残響、それに歌舞伎者、この二つの名前は存在なきものとなる。タタラスナで死んでいった僕と関わりのあった者たちは
Wait,
別の人生を歩むべきだ。
is he going to rewrite that event?
おいスカラマッシュ、お前何かバカなことをしようとしてないか。
Make it so that he was never a harbinger in the first place?
そういえば僕は虫が嫌いだ。小さくて数が多く群れをなして生きる。そういうものを取り除くと気分が良くなるんだ。そして今虫は誤ったところに足を踏み入れた。幸いそれらは全て正すことができる。僕は清く正しい答えを出してみせるよ。
What are you doing?
スカラマッシュ、スカラマッシュ、ダメだ、本当に消えたぞ。何かあいつを探す方法はないかな。
But how are we supposed to find him? This place may have no walls, but it's a maze.
まずい、本当に消えたぞ。どう？私の声が聞こえる？
Oh, Nahida, yeah, we can hear you.
ナヒーダ、旅人にパイモン、そして残氷は先ほど何が起こったの？スカラマッシュの仕業だ。あいつがお前を締め出したんだ。想定外だわ。彼にはほとんど力が残っていないというのに、もしかして破れた時に力の一部をこっそり隠していたの？それとも彼は全力を尽くして本来到達できない境地まで登ったのかしら。あいつどこへ行ったんだろう。ごめんなヒーダ、オイラたちが見張ってたのに。大丈夫よ、あなたたちが悪いわけじゃないわ。この先どうなるのか私も完全に把握できているわけじゃないけど、そろそろ時間よ。私の導きに従って一刻も早く世界樹の内部から離れましょう。
Sure thing. Then we can think of what to do with this incident.
出られたな。ここって宿か？事態は急を要するけど、まずはここで休んでいてちょうだい。宿泊の手配はもうしてあるから誰にも邪魔されないはずよ。
Isn't there anything I can do? Anything at all?
ごめんなさい。今はまだあなたに来てもらう必要はないの。私がやるわ。ナヒーダ、そんなに深刻な状況なのかよ。お前は大丈夫なんだよな。あまり心配しないで。私の判断が正しければ多少の波があれど大きな災いにはならない。無事の知らせが届くまで気力と体力を回復していてちょうだい。
What sort of a time paradox did the Ballier try to make?
あ、声が消えた。
Something bad enough that we now need to be away, be out of the picture for a while.
なんかとんでもないことになったみたいだぞ。スカラマッシュの言ったことどういう意味だったんだ？
Paimon doesn't remember Greater Lord Ukadavata, and the Ballier's question was a strange one. It's hard to explain in full, and the truth might be very distressing for Paimon. I'll skip the part about Greater Lord Ukadavata for now and focus on the Balladeer.
歴史を変えたい？でもそんなことできるわけないだろう。
Well, it's not easy, that's for sure.
そうだろう。どうやったら歴史が変わるんだよ。すでに本当に起こったことなのに。例えばオイラがこの宿にある水を全部飲んだとして、それを証明できる人が誰もいなくたってオイラは自分が水を飲んだっていうことを忘れないぞ。
Well, yeah, great example.
でもなんだか心配だ。なんかスカラマッシュがすごく恐ろしいことをしようとしてる気がするぞ。 けがわからない。
Perhaps, maybe, he wants to erase himself from history.
え
Oh, careful, Paimon! You okay?
ごめん、うっかりしてたぜ。スカラマッシュが変なこと言うからだ。でも自分を消すなんてことはどう考えてもありえないよな。もしかして世界樹の中だったらそれができるのか？
Well, I'm not sure if it's possible for him, but maybe.
ダメだ。頭がパンクしそうだぞ。
But considering Paimon
あいつ
still
が何を
remembers,
考えてるのか全くわからない。
considering Paimon still remembers, he hasn't succeeded. Yet.
もう嫌なやつだな。いっつもオイラたちに迷惑ばっかかけて。
A 400-year-old brat.
でもまさかそんなことを成功したりしないよな。そしたらあいつと関わりのあった人とかにも影響が出ちゃうのか？
Yeah, there will definitely be. It's not just gonna be just a butterfly effect, but the chain reaction will be there, and it won't be small. Indeed, if the Palladir does erase himself from Irmin's soul, many people in Azuma will be affected. I can't imagine what that situation would even look like. Worst case scenario, it will affect everyone with a connection to the Raiden Gokaden. Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayato. Will this mean that they'll disappear?
オイラたち本当に何もできないのかな。なあ、これからどうすればいいと思う？寝るしかないのかな。でもオイラ怖くて眠れないぞ。
Me neither.
おいしいもんの名前をあげて気をそらそうぜ。これでも効果がなかったらオイラここで怯え死ぬかも。
Well, Paimon, at least if he does erase himself from history, you won't have to actually suffer the consequences. You won't remember them. I will. And it's terrifying. What is that 400-year-old kid up to?
じゃあオイラからな。一つ目はモンドフ焼き魚。それから鶏肉と野生キノコの串焼き、午後のパンケーキ、ホワイトソースポトフ、松茸のバター焼き、それとジョジョジ杏仁豆腐、満足サラダ。
Paimon, how deep is your stomach right now?
あと船長賞、エビのポテト包み揚げ、リーユエサンス、ハスの実入り茶碗蒸し。
Well, that was an interesting way to tell a bedtime story. Lull someone to sleep by reciting foods. Good morning, Paimon. What's wrong?
あれ、オイラ今何してたんだっけ？オイラなんか言ってたような。でも急に内容を忘れちゃったんだ。
Well,
なんだったっけ？
well, you were getting so worried about the situation with Balladeer that you started listing foods.
え？スカラマッシュ？それも料理の名前か？
Uh-oh.
変な名前だな。
Uh-oh. 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 Looks like he succeeded. Yeah, okay. Paimon doesn't remember the Balladeer? That must mean he actually pulled it off. But how did he have that ability? This doesn't make sense.
どうしたんだよ。さっきから目を見開いて。オイラ なんか変なことでも言ったのか？
No, it's nothing.
その残氷って誰かの名前なのか？聞いた感じあだ名みたいだけど。
If this is really happening, I need to know what else has changed. My mom, come with me.
おお、いいぜ。どこに行くんだ？
I want to go back to Inazuma.
ん
Now.
いいけど、その表情、何か急な用事でもあるのか？
Now's not the time. Let's get over there. Today. Okay, Inazuma. Actually, for immersion, let's walk from this direction. It's a bit further away, but it makes more sense for us to approach from here. Alright. Everything is looking more or less normal. At least over here. What about over there? What did that 400-year-old kid do?
飴の間鍛冶屋に着いたぜ。
おお、久しぶりじゃな。
Pardon me, I would like to ask a question, if I may.
もちろんだ。話してみろ。
Could you tell me that story one more time?
ほう、そんなことが聞きたいとはな。まあいい。知りたいなら、かつて稲妻に名を馳せた雷電五家伝。それはこの5つじゃった。雨の間、仏、一心、百目、千手。この5つの鍛造技術は、もともと将軍様から直々に賜ったものじゃ。それは多くの優秀な職人たちによってより優れたものへと磨き上げられた。しかしその後、これら刀鍛冶の家系は次第に没落していった。現在も受け継がれているのは我々雨の間ただ一つのみじゃ。
Okay, so far it's identical.
じゃが幸いにも近頃楓原和葉が稲妻に戻り一神殿の技術を受け継いだ。
Okay.
これにより五家伝もまだ2つは残っているということになる。
Alright, so far so normal. Everything is looking normal.
わしの記憶が正しければ、彼が刀を打った時、お前もその場におったはずじゃが。
Yeah, I was present.
そう言われたら、オイラも思い出したぜ。あの時は雷電五家伝が没落したことを聞いて、すごく悲しかった記憶があるぞ。
Now, remind me, my memory hasn't been the same these last few days. Mind reminding me, what exactly was the reason behind the decline?
それがまた悲しい話なんだ。本来はわしなんぞが知る由もないことじゃが、それぞれの家系が衰退する話を長年聞いてきて、理由さえ知らぬのはどうかと思ってな。気になって楓原和葉に聞いたのだ。彼は同じ雷電五家伝の末裔としてわしには知る権利があると言った。まあお前に伝えても構わんじゃろう。ただ聞いて嬉しくなるような話でもないがな。
Tell me.
雷電五家伝は去る刀工の末裔に報復されたんじゃ。
報復？どうしてだ？
伝説によると400年以上も前、タタラスナの炉心で事故が起こったらしい。現場にいたとある刀工が他の者を助けるため危険を顧みず炉心の中へ飛び込んでいったと。タタラスナの鍛造精錬技術は優秀なものじゃった。当時タタラスナを管理していた造兵士の神は庭という名字のもので、 楓原と隕石の関係にあった。造兵士の神の庭様もその投稿と一緒に炉の中へと飛び込んだそうな。後に炉心は安定したようじゃが、その時には二人はもう投稿の一族は没落し、その者の息子は誰も面倒を見てくれぬ孤児となって毎日を憎しみの中で生きるようになった。彼はこのことを稲妻全体のせいにした。父の死について無関心な将軍様を恨み、父を救ってくれなかった全てのものを憎んだんじゃ。じゃが無力な彼はその恨みを子孫に継がせることしかできなかった。こうしてその一族は代々恨みを背負い、苦しみの中を生きた。物語はここで終わらない。100年前、一族の当時の当主は現状にひどく不満を感じておった。じゃがそれを好転させる力もなかった。やがて彼は怒りを晴らすために極めて過激な決断をした。雷電五家伝に復讐し、稲妻の鍛造事業の根幹を揺るがそうとしたのだ。その者は百目一族の出でありながら、自らの一族の職人まで殺めてしまった。100年ほど前、全ての攻撃を主導したのが彼じゃった。じゃが楓原家と上里家の末裔や刀工と対峙した折、そばに居合わせた者がおったことで、彼は猛烈な反撃に遭い、その場で死したとされておる。そのおかげで楓原が代表する一神竜も壊滅を免れた。不幸中の幸いと言えるじゃろう。
Well, that is different. But the legend of Ryan and Gokaden has changed. Someone else attacked the source bits. It looks like the Balladeer did something in Irminsul, but it seems Niwa still died.
まだ他に聞いておきたいことはあるか？
Have you seen Kazuha recently?
楓原和葉か。ちょうど昨日ここに来ておったぞ。世間話などして茶を飲んだ。
So he still exists. And he's the same Kazuha and I know. Well, things don't seem as bad as I feared last night. But that's all. Thank you very much for all the answers.
気にするな。
その表情だとまた他の場所に行くんだよな。いひひ。オイラって結構顔色を見るのがうまいだろ。じゃあ次の場所に出発だ。オイラはどこまでもお前の後についていくぜ。
Also makes me wonder, how did our adventure in Sumeru go from Palamon's perspective now, considering Balladeer played a major role there? Okay, Yashiro Commission. Time to go visit Kamisato Ayato. Or at least somebody from the Kamisato family.
着いたぞ。しゃぶ業夫だ。それで
旅人、久しぶりだな。
Hello.
もし奉行様とお嬢様を探してるのなら、あいにく今は府中にいないんだ。
Well, at least they are still around. You know, it's very hard to get your bearings when somebody tries to pull off a time paradox and you're the only one who remembers.
公務に行ってるのか？
ああ、奉行様は公務に行っている。お嬢様の方は奉行様の名代で会議に出席しているんだ。休養があるならここで少し休んで待つといい。
どうするんだ？中に入るか？
Yeah, thank you. We will take you up on that offer. Can we take a walk in the courtyard while we wait?
他の人だったら当然ダメだが、君は奉行様やお嬢様とも親しい仲にあるからな。
ありがとな。じゃあ中に入るぜ。
おや、そのように私を見てどうしたんです？
Uh,
何か聞きたいことでも？
may I ask a couple of questions? Might seem
いい
weird,
で
but
すよ。お嬢様から聞いたことがあるので、あなたがあの旅人さんであることは知っていますよ。何を聞きたいのですか？
how are the commissioner and Miss Kamisaka doing these days?
あなたのおかげでお二人とも元気ですよ。お嬢様は近頃さまざまな会議に出席しています。時には奉行様を手伝って民間の組合にも顔を出していらっしゃるんですよ。奉行様の方はというと、あなたもご存知の通り相変わらずとても忙しくなさっております。ただ最近はご気分が良さそうでしたね。
聞いた感じ、普段と変わらないってことか？
ええ。
Ayaka is still in the Yashiro Commission, and Ayaka is still the lady of the house, so no changes here. As far as I can see, nothing has changed in the Yashiro Commission either. I was expecting as much, but it's still a big relief to know that the Kamiso siblings are both safe and well.
どうだ？他に聞きたいことはあるか？
No, that's all. Hey, thanks.
どういたしまして。あなたがとても忙しいと伺っていなければ、奉行府によく来るようお誘いしていたところですよ。実のところ、お嬢様からよくあなたのことを伺うんですよ。あなたのようなお友達ができたことをとても嬉しく思っていらっしゃるようです。それに、あなたがあらゆる面で素晴らしく、尊敬できる方であるともおっしゃっていました。私もあなたが稲妻に来られてからさまざまなことが良い方向へと向かっているような気がします。もしかしたら貴人や縁あるお方というのはあなたのような方のことなのかもしれませんね。
Stop! You're making me blush. I'm very flattered. Thank you very much.
じゃあ、オイラたちはこの辺で失礼するぜ。でも、これからどこに行けばいいんだ？
We are going where it all began. だったらその。
おう、わかったぜ。じゃあな、おばあさん。見送りはしなくてもいいからな。
ええ、わかりました。また今度お会いしましょう。
二人とももう行くのか？
Yeah, we got the answer to our questions.
おう、用事が済んだからな。心配しなくていいぞ。
そうか。君たちの旅が順調であるよう祈るよ。さようなら。
What? You're kidding! You're kidding! You're bloody kidding me! I take it this is important. And it's time. What? You've got to be kidding me! Seriously? 7 days time gated are like. You've got to be kidding me, game. You've gotta be joking. I mean, here I am heading to the conclusion, and because the bloody focus mode does not exist yet. Oh, what to do. I mean, I can't just leave. Now, normally I wouldn't even bother with quests like these because, 7-day quests for you take 7 weeks for me. This is so frustrating, but the plan was to complete this. Alright, alright. I guess there is no way around it. Yes, there is definitely no way around it. I'll have to do the Tatara Tales. The bigger problem is the time gating. Yeah, that was exactly what I was thinking. I'm gonna have to... here's what we're gonna do. I will start Tatara Tales today. So you get to watch me do the very beginning until the point where I cannot continue. And then the rest of the work I will do off stream. I may not be able to do it by Sunday. I mean, I may not be able to do it by next stream because there are days when I have things to do and may not be able to dedicate proper time for playing, but I will do as much as I can, and then we'll figure out what to do after that. Sounds like a plan? Better, because that's what I'm gonna do. Tatara Tales. Kujo encampment. There's Tatarasuna. It's in Kannazuka, okay. Here we are. I'm not sure what's going on here, but Toronosuke. What is this Mikage Furnace and Tatarigami talk that I heard long time ago? Hey, that's rude. Okay, Miyuki, any information? What was this talk that you had about the Mikage Furnace? So, this jade steel, it's a weapon material? Now, who is Hanbei? Everybody's telling us to leave. It will affect our adventures for sure. Yeah, the Xavier guy was currently stuck on this mission, whom I need to get unstuck. Alright, Time to look for this Xavier guy. He's over in that direction. So I do wonder how much of this quest I have to do, and what is the risk of me automatically continuing with this, because we're supposed to go to Tatarasan to look for clues, and unfortunately I cannot look at where the quest marker will be, so it's gonna be hard to avoid it. But I will try my best. That's all I can promise. Xavier, can you get unstuck? I'm just a helpful adventurer passing through. Predictive cover looks like a bubble. No, I didn't. Well, if it's true that the easier of these quests is a separate thing and I don't get the next part until tomorrow, then technically it's theoretically possible that I could get Xavier unstuck after this part. The only question is, can I do it in an hour and 10 minutes? Now then, back to Xavier. Surely you can't see it either. No, that's a name. Well, maybe you can already explain to me about the Mika Furnace. No need to tell me everything. Well, to a certain extent, what does that mean? How long? Wow, that's a lot of text. That does not sound good. When you say firework, could it really be that bad? Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, so if he gets serious, he'll be looking into the procedures for further guidance, I assume? Short, you're taking the best guess. Okay, so in other words, an educated guess. In other words, you're just missing somebody with a vision. Okay, that's bad. That does not sound good. Well, I could go investigate it for you. I have my ways. Back up. Oh, has that been approved by the review panel? Okay, time to go observe the furnace. It's going to be in those areas over there. Let's just teleport to statue. And oh, get moving. Whoa, hey, do you mind? Chill a bit.
足元に救われますよ。
Eee, no need to ambush me like that. Just passing through. I take it. Oh, there's a wall. Oh right, this is the part of the entire quest where I haven't been able to enter. The part of the island where I can't enter because of this damn wall. But how am I supposed to... How am I supposed to get through? Wait, that's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It should be here. Maybe underground? Or... No, no way. Am I supposed to... Nope. That's not it. Nope. There's a passageway under, okay. I'm going to try not to pick a fight with everything that I see. But hey! Gah. Force. Roads leading to furnace points. Unfortunately, I have no idea where to go. Well, there seems to be a second point. Battery. Well, both of us have to clear the area. Alright, at least this part I can interact with. What's going on over here? Alright, that's one of the two at least. So you cannot even enter the area. The next place would be... I wonder if I can. Nope. Does not really help. Do wonder. Definitely is here, but I can't interact with anything. I'll try the other point first. This is weird. And well, less weird and more frustrating. Okay, there is a path here, but I can't follow it. And neither can the Sally, apparently. All of you. Okay, so I am in this location. Okay, I'm going to give that thing a wide berth. I know what that is. That's a cube, and I don't want anything to do with the cube. Okay. Oh! Ow! Okay, so I'm gonna need one of those electro thingies. There's one. Now I'll try to grab that without picking a fight. And investigate. Yep, there is that second one. Now to figure out how to investigate the third one. And again, give that thing a wide berth. I want nothing to do with that. Okay, and over here I cannot actually go.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the bad guys.
Yeah.
And now we're back here. But there is... Again, there's nothing. Nothing here to investigate, and yet I am in the right spot. I'm definitely in the right spot. So, there's must be something I'm still missing. What is it that I'm missing? Oh, okay, now it appeared. I have no idea where that was before, but now it's appeared. Still more dangerous by the second. Yeah, let's go back to Xavier. If I experienced a game-breaking bug, that would have been annoying. Yeah, it might have been that lightning thing. At least that is a factor. Okay, Xavier, here's what I saw there. No. What's the situation with the Mecha furnace? That's bad. Well, but the dome, well, it's got 3 rifts and a whole lot of auto Well, whatever it is they're up to, it can't be good. I sympathize with you. Were those rifts also... No, finally are very good at acting in the shadows. Now, if they're left on their own devices, then they're gonna cause a lot of damage. Hell, wouldn't put it past them. Now, what sort of a dramatic gesture are we talking about? But you say things changed. Now, what exactly changed? Did the Sangonomiya damage the Mega furnace? Now, does this miraculous coincidence have some... what does it have to do with the fontaine? No. What if the containment door breaks? Well, I definitely have little faith in your plan. But I do have faith in Fontaine. Faith in Fontaine and technology. Okay, so the locations are there, and there, and I'm going to forget all about this. I hope I can reference map later. Now, don't we need to prepare some projectiles? Oh, don't worry, I can control the elements. Alright, time to go, activate some cannons. Alright. The cannons are basically located on this straight line. We'll start from the ones that are located by teleporters. First one should be somewhere nearby. Oh, I take it that's the one. Alright. Does not have a point and shoot aiming facility. Must adjust the orientation in order to fire. That's like... Alright. It's very difficult without a crosshair of some sort, but at least we get infinite ammo. There. That's one. And those guys didn't notice anything. The second one should be right over here. Oh, that's nice and close by. And our target is... Let's see if I can have the... If I already have the elevation. Well, I hope there's nobody there. Okay, that's a bit far. Considering how far this hits, I actually do worry a bit. But yeah, the fact that we don't turn with the cannon is very difficult. Some sort of crosshair or a laser would be very helpful. Otherwise, all you can do is just trial and error. Now, the next one is supposed to be somewhere on this island, and there is no teleporter there. So I could take a boat, or I can walk. I think I'll do is I'll go over here and walk from there. Or swim. Or glide, whichever I succeed at. The cannon is, oh, it's over there. It's up there. There's also a bit of combat encounters on the way. I'm going to try to dodge them. But, of course, to be honest, it may not be possible to dodge everything. It's not exactly a stealth game. And over there, I'm going to have to... Nope. Not to mention, I have to find a way up. Well, I suppose that's the easiest way. Oh, and conveniently, the electric ram did not expire. Now let's see. Where does this hit? This. actually hit. Over there. But it looks like the direction is already right. Still a little short. Boom. And just like that. I hope the guy knows what he's doing. Xavier, I really hope you know what you're doing. Because it seems like we just broke a barrier that was trying to contain something. Okay, so the energy has not begun to leak out uncontrollably just because the barrier is destroyed. That's the good news. Oh, or perhaps the flutters are collecting that energy. Oh, what? Oh, bullying the little kid, huh? Alright, what is your offer? Okay. Oh, drink. Burn it. Right, we won't have Electro for a while, but I can still use Pyro for that one. Alright, Idol. And now, there. Those guys are very annoying because they run away from you. They jump around too much. Alright, Xavier, you're safe. Well, this is how the thought we roll. Right. So the next location is in the smack dab in the middle of Tatarasuna. An area I have never walked into before. So this is the furnace area that was previously... what is going on? What is going on? That's not good. Okay. Hey! How am I supposed to get up there? Please! This is a hazard area. I don't have time for that sort of stuff. Especially considering... Sheesh. Oh, fine, fine. I'll take a different route. Oh. Do you mind? I'm kind of trying to... do this today if possible. Because I don't know, game, if you figured it out, but it's 9 PM and I do need to actually go to bed on time today. So if I don't manage to do this part now, it's not gonna be good. Alright, let's take care of this one.
目を閉してお静かに死の底へさっとや
バシャバシャ水弾だ。
くらえくっさほら
Stop jumping around, please. Alright. Alright. Now then, let's just get to the high ground. Proper high ground. Oh, not you too! No, no, I'm not playing. I'm not playing with you. I'm not playing with you, silly flower. That should be the Mega Furnace. Hey! Do you mind? Seriously, as if this wasn't difficult enough. Okay, there, that released the combat lock. Sheesh. It released the combat lock, but led to a glitch, so now I can't interact with that. Is there a teleport point inside this area somewhere close by, please? No? That would have been too easy? Seriously. Do I need to leave the area and come back because of the... Oh, okay, I'm supposed to take a picture. Okay, I'm supposed to take a picture. Sorry, that was just me. That's just me being silly. But I'm not sure if this will actually work. Oh, geez, maybe I should read. Maybe I should look around and read. I was so distracted by that fire flower. Didn't even pay attention to what I was supposed to do. Silly me. Okay, Savior, lectures. Yeah. Here you go. Alright, now that quest, that part of the quest is complete. And looks like that released it. Good, good. Looks like that released it. So it appears that I do not have to complete the entire quest, I just needed to release Xavier from the quest. And he's released now. So I can complete Baladier's quest. Finally. Wow. Sorry for the interruption, I suppose. Then again, I've been trying to avoid Timegate quests. And there he is.
着いたな。でもここに来たのって何か物を探すためか？
おや？旅人にパイモン？
Oh, so that's what you sound like.
グザビエ？どうしてここにいるんだ？
この近くで用事があってね。それに二人こそどうしてここへ？
聞きたいことがあるんだ。
Do you know much about Tatarasuna?
もちろん。俺はここ一帯の路線を研究したことがある。何が聞きたいんだ？遠慮せず聞いてくれ。
Now, how well do you understand the history of this area?
当然さ。俺はこの近くを数えきれないほど歩いてきたからな。それに他の場所でもかつてタタラスナに住んでいた人の子孫に会ったことがある。彼らの口から語られるのはどれも全て真実の歴史さ。
Go on, I'm all ears.
急にそう言われてもな。二言三言で説明しきれるもんじゃないんだぞ。知ってるだろ。俺の知る限りタタラスナは鍛造精錬業の中心地区の一つとして数千年にも及ぶ歴史を持ってるんだ。ただ炉心には2回ほど問題が発生していてな。
Like the one that's going on right now?
2回？どの2回だ？
ここ数年の1回、何百年か前にもう1回だ。そういえば稲妻の人に聞いたんだが、タタラスナでは以前にもフォンテーヌの職人が来たことがあるらしいな。どうやらこの2国の技術交流も歴史が深いものなのかもな。聞けばそのフォンテーヌの職人というのも当時のタタラスナの重要な客人だったようだ。
Mechanic, huh? Looks like the doctor still sabotaged the furnace, leading to all the ensuing chaos.
なあ、タタラスナに来て聞きたかったこと、グザビエに聞いてみたらどうだ？
I am.
おお、二人は歴史を研究しているんだな。
You know, pretty much trying to figure out the mismatch between my memories and what you remember happened. But right now, my theory here is that Valadier did something to erase himself somehow. I'm not sure what the process is, but anyway, he erased himself from the history. But either one of two things happened. Either he had the power to erase himself, but he did not have the power to actually change the future. So the history basically corrected itself and made sure that the world ended up more or less in the same place with the more or less same history as it did before. The second option is that Nahida protected the world's history from going too far haywire, because otherwise the Baladier's action would have had dreadful consequences. Don't tell me if one of these is right. I'll probably find that out very soon. But that's one of my theories. Either the universe corrected itself or Nahida corrected it. Or more like protected it to make sure that the changes would not be too dramatic.
そうなんだよ。こいつ、今日はどうしたのか知らないけど、ずーっと歴史について聞き回ってるんだ。
As for the history correcting itself theory, that's basically just the idea that Baladier's role in the grand scheme of events would have been, while it was significant while he was there, it was not the sort of role that was exclusively his. Like, if not him, then somebody else. And history would have basically turned out more or less the same with or without him. Because he himself was not a big enough ripple to actually cause a major difference, to actually make a big wave by disappearing. But let's see which one of these theories, if either, is true. It could be the Baladier himself had enough power to make sure that things did not go too far haywire, but then why would he let his friend die? That's kind of unpleasant. It seems more like he just did not have the power to undo everything.
あ？急に歴史について興味を持ち始めたのか？
Oh, pretty much. So, can I ask one more question?
いいぞ、話してみろ。
Now, this might be a bit weird, but have you ever heard of Kabukimono connected to Tatarasuna?
歌舞伎物。聞いたことはないな。
その言葉が稲妻では一般的に得意な行動をとるとかユニークな服装をする人とかを指すのは知っている。俺もこの言葉にふさわしい人に会ってみたいとは思っていたが、残念ながらそのような人に会ったことはないし、タタラスナに関係のある話でそのような噂を聞いたこともない。
So there's no more Kawakimono. Now, did the Balladeer really manage to erase himself from history completely? If so, he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything back to the way it was. But so far, it looks like the majority of changes have only affected himself. Oh, thank you, Xavier.
なーに、どうってことないさ。
もう行くのか？それじゃあな、ブザビエ。
おう、気にするな。役に立ててよかったよ。じゃあな。
どうやら知りたかったことは聞けたみたいだな。
Yeah, let's just go back and see Lesser Kusanali. Maybe she can answer some questions.
でもお前、今日は本当にどうしたんだ？なんか悩んでるみたいだけど。
You would not believe me if I told you.
元気出せよな。何があってもオイラがそばにいるぜ。
Thank you, Paimon.
遠慮するなって。オイラたちの仲だろ。じゃあナヒーダに会いに行こうぜ。
Back to Subaru. Okay, so nothing major happened. Naida.
おや？あなたたちは。
Oh, it's you two.
赤羽に沢だ。お前たちまだここにいたのか。
If you have a revised version of your novel and your essay, I'm not reading them. Are you still talking about the essay?
ああ、もし時間があったらぜひまた僕たちの話に参加してくれ。
I'd rather not.
いいけど、何を話せばいいんだ？
もちろんこの前の話題さ。
タタラスナについてまだ聞きたいことがあるんだよな。ひひ、オイラたちも話に混ざろうぜ。
Perfect. These two have researched Tatarasuna's past. Let's hear what they have to say.
とはいえ、
But I'm not reading anything.
進展はいまいちでな。
I'm not reading it again.
ん？ああ、もちろん。
Please tell me it's short. It's not short, and I'm not gonna read this. This is too long. So just, I'm not gonna read this out loud, but I will skim through. Okay. Okay, good. It's highlighted in yellow, thank you. Okay. So most of this is the same as before. But the yellow parts, okay, thank you, Gain, for clarifying so I don't have to read everything. Alright, continuing. Just read the yellow parts. Okay. The great many rumors revolved around the yokai who are so very characteristic of Inazuma's folk histories. A very small portion, however, mentioned the world outsider. It should be known that the appearance of such a character who is suspected to be based on a real person is a very curious case. This fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further, and eventually the following pieces of information came to light. A foreign mechanic once visited Tatarasuna. Reportedly, the reason for his immigration was to exchange knowledge and forge ties with the locals. However, the mechanic seemed to behave suspiciously, often wandering around essential and restricted areas, and if someone tried to turn him away, they would only earn incomprehensible mumbles from his lips. That must have been the doctor. So this time he was actually caught. The mechanic often stared in the furnace, seemingly to check its condition. Unsettlingly, he also spent a substantial amount of time watching the local residents. Judging from the area, it was not uncommon to see cross-cultural exchanges of technological knowledge in places such as Tatarasuna. After traveling across the tides, foreign experts being welcome in the region was likely not unreasonable either. Yet the calamity came not long after the exchange of knowledge, which hints at high potential for causation between these events. However, some current residents believe that these assumptions were merely the result of the forebears' overactive imagination attempting to theorize how things actually unfolded. And then we go over the people: the army officer Niwa, the vice army officer Miyazaki, the inspector, the subordinate of an unknown background, and then mechanic, who was not even mentioned before. Instead, the entirety of the balladeer is not even being mentioned. Instead, we have the record of the mechanic. Now, although have I delved through many texts and documents, but I was ultimately unable to decipher even a specter of a clue as to his background. Fatui, the doctor. Still, mentions of the mechanic grew scarcer in the aftermath of the Tatarasuna incident. I speculate that instead of the mechanic possibly being a figure woven from the overripe imagination, he actually did exist, and perhaps even had a hand in the events that took place in Tatarasuna. I'll just skipping backward real quickly. But yeah, everything else seems to be the same.
僕のもいるかい？どうぞ。
It better be highlighted as well. Okay, so this is the story. Alright, so here are the differences. Okay, so extract 1 was... Oh, basically that. And then... Okay, for when Neil was asked, and how does the forging of your lord's great blade go, and Katsuragi neither wanted to shame or smile his master's name or lie, I could not think of a way to deflect, so he groused, I see your ears are as keen as your hands, Sir Niwa. The jokes of us unlearned men are as nothing before you. Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking by, their footsteps steady and confident. The head that appeared by the door was that of one from abroad. That's different. The newcomer placed some lunch boxes on one side, nodded, and made to leave. Katsuragi called out after him, Sir, what about your meal? Are you not hungry? The man smiled upon hearing Katsuragi's voice. I already ate. I hope that you, my lords, may also find time to sate your hunger soon. You are a guest, sir. To see you help in the trifling matters fills me with embarrassment, Niwa said with sincerity. That man smiled, as if it was no matter. Then with a nod, he departed. So basically, Doctor had to take a more active role, a more memorable role, because Sakramush was not there. The excerpt 2. The fisherman exclaimed, It is but dusk. How are my eyes darkened? Is there anyone that can deliver my boat upon safe tides? Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat and was joined in its bereftness of direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the mechanic laughed, slowly approaching the grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left of the one who had cried out for help, and with a plop it landed at the mechanic's feet, who crouched to better study objects, straining against the urge to take a bite. Yet he did not, for the dark clouds swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. Okay. Doctor, you have interesting taste. And the excerpt 3, the previous is something about related to Sacramento was. Then a second ship was sent, following by a third and a fourth. Each of them left to seek salvation, did so under the foul skies and bleak fortunes. Reason dictated that they should not have risked anyone else, but the situation in Watarazuma was severe. They needed to gain aid from Inazuma, even should it cost them more lives. Against mentions of Sakamush have been completely deleted. And either deleted and replaced with this mysterious mechanic. Who we can assume was Dotore. The coordinates change, another effect of tampering with the information in Irminsul. The Balladeer said he'd erased 2 of his names. If he really succeeded, it must have taken all of his might. But still,
どうだ
a masterpiece.
そうだ、この前赤羽たちはもっと情報があったら教えてくれって言ってたよな。実はオイラたちちょうど稲妻から帰ってきたばかりなんだ。旅人、オイラたちの知ってることをこいつらに話してもいいか？
Sure, we can share information.
まさか重要な情報か？
話すと長くなるんだけど、実はオイラたち稲妻に友達がいて。
おお、こんな話が聞けるなんてな。かたじけない。
なるほど。すべての根源は復讐だったというわけか。雨の間の末裔が言うのなら、それで間違いないだろう。はあ、結局、お化けじゃなかったか。
これらの情報は私の言説をさらに補強したと言える。見たか？当時の人にとって投稿がそれほど重要だったということだ。彼らを傷つけることは権力者への復讐と同義とさえ言われていたからな。
わかったわかった。君の言う通りだ。だがそうだとしても、僕が小説を書いちゃダメってことにはならないだろ。
Now, just make sure to put it in the fiction section of the local library.
また議論を始めちゃったぞ。本当に熱心だな。
Yeah, well, we've got things to take care of, so bye for now.
おっと、すまない。自分たちだけで盛り上がってしまったな。情報、助かったよ。
いいってことよ。またな。
また何か情報があったら、ぜひ教えてくれ。
おう。
Right, now let's head to Immersive. Let's head to Sanctuary and talk to Nahida. Find out what exactly is going on. Because if anyone knows, then she knows.
ナヒーラ、オイラたちだ。旅人、タイモン、最近はどうかしら？
Well, surprisingly well.
全然休めなかったぜ。あの日の夜にこいつと話をして、気づいたらもう朝になってて。し
Yeah,
か
well,
もその後すぐこいつが稲妻に行くって言い出したんだ。
yeah, I was investigating the situation with the Balladeer.
残氷？聞いた感じでは何かのコードネームみたいね。
Oh no.
表情が暗いけれど何か言いたいことでもあるの？
Even Nahida doesn't remember. Oh, just like that's not any changes to Irminsul will affect her as well. The Balladeer acted quickly. He finished the race himself before Nahida could stop him. I'm the only one who still remembers the things that were erased. Once again, I'm the record keeper.
旅人おい、どうしたんだよ。顔色が良くないぞ。
There are things that have happened that only I can remember. And I have to tell you the truth. Okay, piece together a story with a broken heart that once was one named Balladeer, created by the Electro Archon, a puppet who lived among men. After a series of events, Zatarasan of the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. With no trust in humans and only loathing for the gods, he bore his grudge for Inazuma as he grew in strength and then returned to Inazuma to take revenge. He tried in vain to become the deity with Gnosis and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered Irminsul and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate.
そうだったの。つまり、その残氷という名の人形は、世界中で自らを消し、過去を変えようとしたのね。でも、どうしてそいつはそんなことができたんだ？旅人の話によれば、彼はもう少しでスメールの神になっていた。それは私の記憶と噛み合わないわ。私の記憶では、私たちが打ち負かした機体の中には誰もいなかったもの。でも辻褄は合うわ。もし誰かが世界中で自分の存在を徹底的に抹消したら、世界もそれに伴って変わるでしょう。つまり本当にそんな人が存在してたけど、そいつが世界を変えちゃったせいで、オイラたちも忘れたってことか？ええ。理論上にしか存在しない挙動だし、そんなことをする度胸のある者がいるかさえ不確かだけど、旅人はテイワットの外の世界から来たから、世界中に彼女についての情報はなかった。よって世界中に対する改ざんもおのずと彼女には影響しない。
Okay, so the former theory was that Balladeer erased himself, but that alone did not produce enough of a ripple to cause a big enough wave to cause significant difference in the grand scheme of events. So the major brushstrokes stayed the same, even though the people involved were slightly different.
もしこの世において、このような形で改ざんされた過去を記録できる人がいたとしたら、それはあなたしかいないわ。本当に不思議な感覚ね。
Well, you can say that again.
でも、その残氷ってやつは、なんでそんなことをしたんだよ。
私も今ある情報からしか推測することはできないわ。彼が具体的にどんな人だったのか、今はあなたしか覚えていないから。
I'm really not sure anymore. We were enemies after all. I don't know his perspective on all this, so I can't say why he did something so extreme. Did he want to reset everything? Or save someone? Or did he want to completely undo his existence? Everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all. Maybe that's all there is to it. I still remember the question he asked. He asked me specifically, and my hesitation gave him his answer. I hesitated because I witnessed Greater Lord Rukanevata erase her own existence. But I can't tell Nahida that. To put it another way, I know why the Balladeer was so sure it could work, but I can't tell them.
何か言えないことでもあるの？
He chose such a radical option, yet
すでに死んだ人の歴史を変えることはできなかった。そうね。
Yeah, it's like he erased himself for nothing.
残氷は自分が裏切られたわけではなかったと知って物語にあったかつてタタラスナで暮らしていた人を友とみなしたのかもしれないわ。そうして人間を憎む理由をなくした彼ならかつての友を救おうとするのもおかしくはないわね。とても合理的でどの点においても辻褄が合っている。残氷は博士の手伝いにより神になりかけた。だからこそ彼は世界樹とつながる権能を得たわけだけど、その権能のおかげで力が残り少ない状況であっても世界樹の中の記録を書き換えることに成功し自らを消した。
確かに筋は通ってるけど、その人たちのおかげでいい結果になったわけでもないし、おいらこの感じなんか嫌だぞ。全力で何かやったのに結局何も得られなかったなんて。
Yeah, he changed the world in many ways, and yet the dad still didn't get a second chance. He was fated to a tragic end, could not be saved. What exactly did he want to fight back against? The betrayal in his life? Or did he wish he'd never existed at all?
少し待ってちょうだい。確認したい情報があるの。
What is it, Naida?
見つけた。おそらくこれね。
What is that?
やっぱり私の方でも尋常じゃない状況が起こっているわ。何なんだ？私自身が保存したすべての情報の中に片隅に置かれた記録を見つけたの。あなたたちも見てちょうだい。
The interpretation resembles a fairy tale.
童話？誰が書いたんだ？
This matches everything I said.
この記録を作ったのは私自身よ。
ナヒーダの書いた童話がその残氷と関係してるのか？
旅人の話と合わせれば私の残した物語は全てある特定の内容を指していることがわかるわ。
待てよ、もしかしてその記録って事前に残してたものなのか？
そう。たとえ他の記録にある残氷と歌舞伎物についての内容が変更されても私の手によって書き起こした物語に影響はないの。世界樹内の情報を変えることはテイワットを書き換えるのと同じ。でも世界樹は事前にわざと隠された情報を変えることはできないの。この記録はきっと残氷が世界樹に入る前の私が残したバックアップね。
すごい方法だな。さすがナヒーダだぜ。
Because she basically just made it back up and stored it on an external drive. So when the current one was edited, that was the same. Smart. Very smart.
旅人を残氷と一緒に世界樹に入らせたのもその時の私が考えたもう一つの保険だったのでしょう。世界樹に今ある情報とこの記録で暗に語られている物語は互いに結びつきを持っているわ。それらにおける全ての異なる場所をつなぎ合わせれば彼女の言う残氷が消した一生にたどり着くわ。野狐の皮をかぶった猛獣が狐の群れに紛れていた。彼らは昼夜を共にし互いを友と呼び合い仲睦まじくしていた。たまに猛獣は夜になると狐の皮を脱ぎ水中の自分に向かって嘆く。自分はこれほど不自然な存在なのに彼らは愚かでそれを見抜けない。しかし猛獣はすぐにその考えをやめた。なぜなら狐の群れにいる衣類は彼だけではなかったのだ。もう一匹白い木から掘り出され人に見捨てられた子猫がいた。子猫は狐になりたかった。だけど子猫の尻尾は細くて短く 色鮮やかな毛並みを生やすこともできない。他の狐はそれを見るとこう慰めた。だとしても君は僕たちの仲間だ。猛獣はそんな馴れ合いを嫌い、山の中で火をつけた。動物たちはひどく怯えた。大きな火を消すには犠牲を払う必要があるからだ。一匹の灰色の狐が前に出て猛獣と話をした。曰く、君は頭がいいからきっと僕たちを救う方法を思いつくはずだ。猛獣は微笑みながら灰色の狐を火のそばに連れ殺した。灰色の狐の心は透明で美しい無垢な雫に作り上げられた。猛獣はその雫を子猫に渡し、こう伝えた。みんなお前を犠牲にしようとしている。これをもってお前の狐の仲間たちのために死にに行くといい。火は消された。子猫はそこを離れ、翼の折れた小鳥と共に暮らした。彼らは互いに寄り添うことを約束した。しかし小鳥の寿命はあまりにも短く、すぐに息を引き取った。子猫は小鳥を埋葬し、その山を離れた。それから子猫は山におけるすべての葉っぱもすべての動物も愛すことはなかった。彼はいくつもの夜をさまよい、月に向かって牙を研いだ。子猫は月を喰らい、すべての月光を噛み砕きたかった。すべてが暗黒に戻れば、彼は快楽と安心を感じられる。僕は新たな月となり、みんなにとって唯一の存在となる。そうすればこの世に鳥や狐、猫がいたことを知る者はいなくなる。その違いを知る者さえ。解けた！すべて思い出したわ。私が全力で残したバックアップは残氷自身の記憶だった。神になるため彼は大量の実験と改造を受け入れた。人形だったからこそあのような過酷な過程を耐えてこられたのね。この記憶は当時の学者たちが彼から抽出したものよ。残氷を警戒していたからこれを残したのかもしれないわ。神を創造するのは第一歩に過ぎず、天津さえ神を操ろうとする者もいた。だからいつか使う時に備えて彼の記憶のバックアップを取ったのでしょう。私はそれらを自らの深い夢の中に保存した。そして書き起こした物語でさらに外部を包むことで改ざんされるのを防いだの。
本当にそんな人がいたのか。そいつはオイラたちと何回も会ってて、いつもオイラたちと敵対してたのか。それなのにオイラは完全にそいつを忘れてた。まるで煙が消えるみたいに、最初から存在してなかったみたいに。
残氷は降臨者に関する情報を探すのを手伝ってくれると約束したわ。それについての収穫はなかったけど、あなたの役に立つことはできたみたい。消失する前、彼は最も重要な手がかり、あなたの血縁者がかつてカーン・ルイヤに降臨したという情報を残してくれたわよね。ただ世界樹にある情報の変化がファデュイの上層部にどれだけの影響を与えるかはまだ不明ね。
Yeah, that's a good
彼らは
question.
組織内にかつてそのような執行官がいたことを覚えていないかもしれないわ。
this feeling before. It feels like life is as insignificant as a feather.
その話だとオイラはそいつのことが好きじゃなかったみたいだけど、だからってそんな結末もオイラは好きじゃないぞ。
それこそが知恵が全ての問題に答えられるわけではないことの証明よ。私たちは凝視し、認知し、理解してもなお問題にとらわれる。答えは一つだけではないの。この世の生命が求めているのは、真実を追いかけ、困難を解決すること。真実をその人に返すのは、運命の選択権を渡すのと同じ。傍から見れば無駄なことだったかもしれないけれど、こうして自分が思う通りに消えることができたのは、彼にとってきっとそれだけの意義があることだったのよ。忘れないで。たとえ暗黒の雲の下を歩んでいても、どれだけ道が困難でも、知恵の灯火が私たちを良き結果へと導いてくれるわ。そしてこれはあなたがずっとやってきたことでもある。
おう、ナヒーダの言う通りだ。元気出せよな。この暗い話を続ける前に今から何か食べに行ってもいいと思うぜ。
いい考えね。タイも彼女を気晴らしに外に連れて行ってあげてくれないかしら。
オイラに任せろ。ほらほら、複雑な気持ちなのはオイラも分かってるから、今はちょっと外を歩こうぜ。グランドバザールの屋台で食べ物を買って気分転換しようぜ。
Yeah,
あん
thought
な
for
ことを覚えてる
maybe
のが
some
お前
fresh
だけ
air.
なんて確かにすごく悲しいよな。でも
Yeah, that was a very heavy day. Now, there is still the walk around the bazaar and possibly conclusion to this quest, but... Oh... Just like on Monday, look at the time. We have been at this for a full 4 hours. Well, not quite, but almost. So I believe it is time to leave us on... Well, I wouldn't say this is exactly a cliffhanger since we are still heading for the resolution to figure out what happened, but I do believe that it would be good to leave this here for today. Now I will quickly go do my basic dailies, but I cannot go over here because Catherine is over here is kind of a hazard. In fact, if I'm going to take a break from a quest, then that means I better don't even be in the area. I cannot visit the bazaar at all. And preferably not even go to Sumeru. But I will claim my dailies.
星と深淵を無事今日の依頼を
There. That was nice. So yeah, that's it for today. We will be continuing with the conclusion and the last chapter of Inversion of Genesis to see how this actually ends. Now, is there any homework you would like to give me in relation to finishing this quest? Because there is a small little detail that I do know that I will not say, just in case there's a viewer here who is watching for the story, does not know, and doesn't want to be spoiled. So we'll not mention it, but is there any homework anyone wants to give me for Friday? When we will continue this one. Watching Sakumisha's trailers? Sure. That's something I can do. But yeah. that's it for today. Next stream will be on Monday, and I will try to get some Star Rail going. Simulanka. But this is after, so I will probably wait until I've actually finished. Which will be on Friday. Unless you believe I already have enough
人
information
間
for
の
that.
複雑さや多様性には忍耐強く接するべきです。
There's too much chatter around
少
here.
数の愚かで卑劣な者たちの行為に憤る必要などはありません。
That's just the invite about. Yeah, I'll have to think about it. But yeah. For today, that was basically it. Finishing that one on Friday. Next stream is on as I was already saying, next stream is on Monday. And I will try to get some Star Rail going. Now it is again unlikely that I will have an avatar because I just don't have time to come up with backup systems to make it work, unfortunately. And yeah, you are very welcome. It's been a while since I've read aloud that much, I have to admit. And I was happy to see that I did not stumble too much. But yeah, finishing up with this on Friday in a week, which is actually also going to be the Easter weekend, so I'm going to have to hurry up with my Easter outfit. Otherwise, I'll just have to wear the formal wear that I wore over Christmas, and that just doesn't fit the theme. But yeah, look forward to it. If I have a time to do something more spring appropriate, it will be spring appropriate. If it's not, then I'll just wear my formal wear. But one thing is for certain, I will not be wearing bunny ears because I'm a cat. Do you know how silly I look with 4 pairs of ears? Yeah, you're welcome, you're welcome. But yeah, something to look forward to. Also, we are, next week, heading to Natlan. So that is also something to look forward to. But until then, have a good weekend, good night, and I hope to see you next week. Bye bye.